Chapter 56. The mountain range was endless, and the trees towered into the sky to block out the sun. It was verdant and lush, overgrown with weeds and flowers, and the cries of birds and beasts filled the air. Within a lush mountain forest, a youth and a one-eyed man were carefully walking, seemingly on guard against some sort of danger. Suddenly, a beast roar rang out, and a 3-meter-tall black bear ran out from the depths of the forest. Its eyes shone with a vicious light as it charged at them. "Not good, we've been discovered," the one-eyed man cried out. "What's the rush? You go attract its attention. I'll go find the spirit grass." The youth beside him wasn't the slightest bit afraid as he instructed the man to deal with the situation. The black bear roared and slapped its chest with its paws, seeming to be extremely angry that some damnable human had dared to step into its territory. Then it smashed apart the huge tree beside it, grabbed it, and smashed it towards the youth and the man. "This big fellow really is ruthless," the youth cried out and hastily dodged. The one-eyed man also dodged to the side, stabbing his flaming sword at the black bear. The black bear didn't dodge, and with a wave of its huge paw, a ball of earthen yellow light slapped the flaming sword away. Then its other paw mercilessly smashed towards the one-eyed man's waist. If the man was hit by this attack, he would probably die on the spot. The man was also quite skilled, and with a twist of his body he moved like a gust of wind and retreated to the side, avoiding being hit. Then he stabbed his sword 5 times, each one like a fire serpent as it attacked the black bear. The black bear was furious. It kept waving its palms, and the fire snakes were scattered before they could even get close to its body. Then, it roared and spat out a yellow light from its mouth. The light was like a cannonball as it sped towards the strong man. "A mid-second tier black bear really is fierce," the one-eyed man cried out. He didn't dare take it head-on and used his speed to dodge. On the other side, the youth had already run in another direction. When he arrived in front of a huge cave, he ran in without any hesitation. The pitch-black cave almost caused the youth to vomit. After entering 2 meters, the youth seemed to have discovered something and said in surprise, "Found it." He saw 2 mushroom-like spirit herbs growing on the walls of the cave. These 2 spirit herbs were about the size of a bowl and were as black as ink with a few white spots seeping through them. This was the middle-rank 2 spirit herb, black rasher mushroom. The effect of the black Ganoderma was similar to that of the king crow ginseng, but it was more effective than the king crow ginseng. They both had the effect of relaxing the meridians and activating the meridians, increasing one's profound strength and prolonging one's lifespan. It was worth close to 10,000 gold coins. These 2 black Ganoderma were at least 500 years old. The youth rubbed his hands together and was about to pluck them when he suddenly felt something staring at him. He glanced sideways, only to see a pair of huge eyes staring at him like copper bells. "No way, there's a black bear here?" The youth's forehead darkened, and he didn't even dare to touch the black Ganoderma. He quickly waved his hand at the black bear inside and said, "Big guy, don't stare at us like that. We're just passing by, we're just... Soy sauce, let's go out now, don't be angry." A roar came from inside the cave. "Oh my God." Following that, there was another scream, only to see a figure scurrying out of the cave in a sorry state. "It can't be. There's a black bear inside?" The one-eyed man was speechless. The youth and the one-eyed man were none other than Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle. Ling Xiao originally wanted to catch a cub, but he couldn't find one. He could only pick some spirit herbs and bring them back to the city to make a profit. It had been 5 days since the 2 of them entered the mountain range. Other than the high-rank 2 aqua blue flower they had obtained from the lake, they had collected more than 100 level 1 spirit herbs. Most of them were low-rank spirit herbs that weren't very valuable. There were only a few middle-rank spirit herbs, and only 7 high-rank spirit herbs were found. Until now, when they arrived at the black bear's territory, they had heard from Lone Eagle that there would occasionally be black Ganoderma growing in the black bear's cave, so they had taken the risk to lure the black bear out and take the opportunity to search for black Ganoderma in the cave. However, they had never expected that there would be another black bear inside the cave. Ling Xiao used his cloud phantom to call out to Lone Eagle, "Let's go." Then he didn't stop and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Lone Eagle didn't dare to hesitate. If he had to deal with 2 black bears by himself, wouldn't that be courting death? His running speed wasn't much slower than Ling Xiao's. After running for an hour, they confirmed that the 2 black bears weren't chasing them. Only then did they stop and gasp for breath. Damn, those 2 are probably a male and a female, otherwise they wouldn't be staying in the same cave. Ling Xiao unhappily cursed. Lone Eagle's forehead darkened, and he thought to himself, isn't that obvious? Don't tell me there are 2 males staying together. What a pity, those 2 black Ganoderma were almost mine. Ling Xiao bitterly sighed. Young master, is there really a black Ganoderma inside? Lone Eagle's heart trembled. Ling Xiao nodded. Yes, there are 2 black Ganoderma inside, and they're as big as bowls. Lone Eagle's eyes revealed a sincere look, as if he was especially excited. What? You want it? Ling Xiao looked at Lone Eagle's excited expression and asked in return. Lone Eagle obediently nodded. Then go ahead and snatch it. I won't stop you, Ling Xiao said very generously. All of a sudden, Lone Eagle deflated like a rubber ball. Do you really want that black Ganoderma? Ling Xiao asked again. This time, Lone Eagle earnestly said, yes, if there's a chance, I must obtain that black Ganoderma. But Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao knew about the effects of the black Ganoderma, but he didn't understand why Lone Eagle needed it so urgently. Lone Eagle said, young master, you don't know this, but I've already advanced to the mid-stage mystic realm for 3 years. I feel that I might be able to break through to the high-stage mystic realm in the near future. If there's a second-stage spirit herb that matches my attribute, I can absorb it and help me break through. But second-stage and above spirit herbs aren't easy to find, not to mention I have a fire attribute and some wind attribute. It's even harder to find 2 second-stage spirit herbs at the same time. Black Ganoderma is a non-attribute spirit herb, and any martial artist of any attribute can absorb it. I was thinking if young master can obtain these 2 black Ganoderma, could you give them to me and let me try to break through? After Lone Eagle finished speaking, he looked at Ling Xiao expectantly. Second-stage spirit herbs and above were worth thousands of gold, and black Ganoderma was a second-stage spirit herb that could only be found by luck. Not everyone was willing to give it up. Ling Xiao glanced at Lone Eagle, stood up and said, let's go back. Go back where? Lone Eagle couldn't react for a moment and asked. Ling Xiao didn't reply and walked back in the direction of the black bear. Lone Eagle looked at Ling Xiao's figure excitedly, and his heart was inexplicably filled with gratitude. The 2 once again came to the vicinity of the black bear's cave. One of the black bears was very alert and quickly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle, step back and let me fight it. When I can't hold on any longer, then you can save me, Ling Xiao said to stop Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle first hesitated, and then said nervously, young master can't take the risk. However, by the time Lone Eagle finished speaking, Ling Xiao was already fighting with the black bear with his bare hands. Ling Xiao didn't plan to use weapons. He was most proficient not only with weapons, but also with palms, fists, and kicks. Ling Xiao instantly arrived in front of the huge black bear and used the 4th style of the pushing clouds palm, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Countless palm shadows swirled in the air, and each palm contained all of his Xian energy. Pa. The black bear's reaction was a little slow, and its abdomen was hit repeatedly. Ling Xiao originally thought that the black bear would at least be a little injured, but unfortunately, the black bear was like a towering mountain, not moving an inch. The black bear raised its paw, and like swatting a fly, it slapped the dazed Ling Xiao away. Young master! Lone Eagle cried out and hurriedly ran over to check on Ling Xiao. Who knew, before he ran over, Ling Xiao had already bounced up again and attacked the black bear. Damn, I don't believe you don't have a weakness. Ling Xiao jumped up in the air, and his feet kicked out countless footprints towards the black bear. A burst of painful footprints fell on the black bear's face. The black bear was furious, and grabbed Ling Xiao's feet with both hands. With a swing, Ling Xiao flew out like a cannonball. Ling Xiao's body crashed into a number of trees before stopping. F***, I am an unkillable cockroach, come on. Ling Xiao actually stood up again, and attacked the black bear again. Palm, fist, and kick were all used up, but still could not shake the black bear. The difference between the two was too big. Ling Xiao was sent flying again and again, and his whole body was covered in blood. The black bear seemed to be addicted to playing, and every time, it only smashed Ling Xiao away, and did not take the opportunity to chase and attack, or else Ling Xiao would have been long dead. Half a day passed, and Ling Xiao no longer had the ability to fight. Lone Eagle carried him away from the black bear's range. Lone Eagle really did not understand why Ling Xiao did not use weapons. If he used weapons, even if he could not kill the black bear, he could at least injure it. Ling Xiao did not explain to Lone Eagle, but swallowed a few healing elixirs and meditated. Balls of dark force kept flowing, and the elixirs nourished his limbs and organs along with the dark force. After 2 hours, Ling Xiao's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lone Eagle, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded and could not believe everything in front of him. After one night, Ling Xiao's injuries had actually recovered. Then, he ate a few pieces of dried spirit beast meat, and his body produced a slight heat, and a few strands of dark force were absorbed into his dantian, and his whole person became fierce like a dragon and a tiger. "Let's go find that black bear again." Ling Xiao patted his chest in high fighting spirit. Lone Eagle was speechless. Did the young master like to be abused? This time, there was no accident, and Ling Xiao was beaten half to death by the black bear again. However, he could miraculously recover every 2 days. Lone Eagle really did not understand how he could recover so quickly with just a few dew-returning elixirs and qi-nourishing elixirs. Lone Eagle could not understand, so he did not continue thinking about it. For the next few days, Ling Xiao fought with the black bear like this, and every day he returned in defeat. This time, Ling Xiao returned to the resting place, and especially emphasized that Lone Eagle should guard him, and not let any spirit beast disturb him. He was going to break through tonight. Chapter 57. The night was hazy and the shadows of the trees danced. A youth of about 17 or 18 years of age was sitting cross-legged on a large rock. He was wearing a tattered martial robe and was stained with blood. He should have been heavily injured, but his expression was calm and focused. He gave off a faintly discernible feeling that his spirit, and qi were all rising. He didn't look like he was heavily injured at all. His body was surrounded by a pale yellow light and there was a faint white mist on top of his head. Everything seemed so sacred and untouchable. This youth was Ling Xiao, who was about to break through the first stage of the 3 parts origin returning qi, internalization. The 3 parts origin returning qi was divided into 3 stages and 9 stages. The first stage was essence formation, which was further divided into 3 stages. The first stage was internalization, the second stage was vein opening, and the third stage was wide acupoint. Now Ling Xiao had reached the critical point of the first stage, internalization. As long as he successfully conducted his qi this time, he could break through the first stage and enter the second stage, vein opening. Ling Xiao had been ravaged by the black bear for several days. Every time, his profound qi was exhausted. His external injuries were especially serious and many of his tendons were broken. However, every night he used the 3 parts origin returning qi and the Vajra 5 transformation secrets, took elixirs to restore his body, and then went to challenge the black bear. Time and time again he cultivated painstakingly. Time and time again he absorbed elixirs and spirit beast meat. His dantian began to change. Originally, it was only the size of half a fist, but it was gradually condensing. His dantian was like a sponge, absorbing all the profound qi in his body. Wisps of milky profound qi were like thin streams of water converging towards the sea, constantly filling his dantian. The qi in his dantian was 1/3 larger than before, forming a medium-sized qi mass around him. It was extremely magical. Ling Xiao's face alternated between red, blue, and finally white. This repeated endlessly, but his face was as calm as ever. There was no fluctuation in the slightest because of the changes. Not far away, Solitary Eagle was constantly vigilant of his surroundings. Occasionally, he would turn back to glance at the cultivating Ling Xiao. In his heart, He especially admired Ling Xiao's undying spirit. With such a tenacious character, it would be difficult for a young master not to become a great person. He couldn't help but think of the young master's rumors in Meteorite City, a genius of a century, and the fastest to fall trash. Comparing the two, it was now clear which title was more appropriate. Soon, 6 hours passed. Ling Xiao couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The profound energy in his body had already gathered in his dantian, and it was the time for the profound energy to flow back to his meridians, entering the second stage of channel opening. An endless stream of profound energy once again spread out from his dantian, rushing towards those unknown blocked meridians. In an instant, a few small meridians were immediately opened up, while the other meridians remained motionless. Ling Xiao did not force it. He let out a long roar and leaped into the air, his face full of joy. "I've entered the second level. How refreshing!" Ling Xiao was full of pride. He could feel the incomparably powerful energy around him, and his 5 senses had become exceptionally sensitive. It was as if even the slightest movement in the surroundings could not escape his senses. This was the benefit of breaking through to the 3 parts returning to origin technique. Although he did not break through to a high-level profound practitioner because of this, he believed that he was not far from that step. As long as he reached the consolidated realm, it would be the day he would break through to a high-level profound practitioner. At this moment, Solitary Eagle looked at Ling Xiao and felt that he had become even more handsome. That tattered clothes could not conceal that elegant and quick-witted temperament. "Solitary Eagle, bring me the meat." After Ling Xiao landed, he felt that his abdomen was empty. He immediately asked Solitary Eagle to bring out the dried spirit beast meat. He wanted to have a meal. Solitary Eagle did not say anything else and immediately offered up the meat. He really could not understand why the young master's appetite was so big. Every time, he could eat more than 10 kilograms of spirit beast meat. Could it be because he had used up too much energy? How could he have known that Ling Xiao's 3 parts returning to origin technique and Vajra 5 changes secret could absorb profound energy from the spirit beast meat? Even if Ling Xiao said it himself, no one would believe it. However, it was true, and Ling Xiao himself believed that everyone could absorb profound energy by eating spirit beast meat. That was why he only found out later that this miraculous ability was not something everyone possessed. Ling Xiao ate his midnight snack and yawned. Then he said to Solitary Eagle, "Tomorrow, I'll help you get the black Ganoderma so that you can break through." After saying that, he lay down and fell asleep. Solitary Eagle was left alone there, inexplicably laughing to himself. The sun rose, the sun shone brightly, and the blue sky was as if it had been washed. Ling Xiao was in high spirits as he charged towards the black bear's cave. When he arrived near the cave, the black bear did not come out again. Ling Xiao and Solitary Eagle couldn't help but feel that it was strange. Ling Xiao put his hands on his waist and shouted towards the cave entrance, "Damn black bear, your uncle Ling Xiao is here. Quickly come out and accept your death." Sure enough, after Ling Xiao's shout, the cave entrance began to shake. Not long later, the black bear appeared in front of the cave entrance. However, it was very unusual. It did not attack Ling Xiao and Solitary Eagle. Instead, it constantly roared in front of the cave entrance, its arms constantly beating its chest, as if it was very patient. "What's going on? Come and fight with your uncle for 300 rounds. This time, I'll definitely beat you until you piss your pants." Ling Xiao put one hand on his waist and pointed at the black bear. Who would have thought that the black bear still did not attack? "Are you afraid of this young master? If you don't come, this young master will kill his way over." Ling Xiao thought that the black bear was tired of fighting with him and did not want to fight with him anymore, so he chose to take the initiative to attack. But who would have thought that as soon as Ling Xiao took a step forward, the black bear would open its mouth and spit out an earthen yellow ball of light. "Fuck, didn't you say you were going to fight with your bare hands? How can you be serious?" cursed Ling Xiao and quickly slipped away. These past few days, Ling Xiao and the black bear had been fighting barehanded. They hadn't used any weapons, and the black bear had never used any of its attributes to attack. It had only used its powerful physical body to beat Ling Xiao half to death. But today, it had used its attributes to attack Ling Xiao, which made Ling Xiao feel that it was strange. Alright, it's time to end this. Ling Xiao unsheathed the silver ghost blood blade on his back. He decided to first get rid of this black bear and then work together to kill the female bear inside. That way, he would obtain the black Ganoderma for Solitary Eagle. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao felt a bit reluctant. These past few days, he had been fighting with the black bear every day, and he couldn't bear to kill it. Ling Xiao shook his head and threw away that soft-hearted thought. How could someone who achieved great things be soft-hearted? That wasn't his usual style. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, Solitary Eagle stopped Ling Xiao and said, "Young master, don't be in such a hurry. Listen, there seems to be some movement inside." "Isn't it just a bear's cry? What's there to be surprised about?" asked Ling Xiao, puzzled. "No, the female bear inside might be giving birth." Solitary Eagle's brows relaxed as he smiled. "Giving birth? You're saying that the female inside is giving birth to bear cubs?" asked Ling Xiao after a moment of surprise. "That's right. From the cries coming from inside, it's clearly giving birth to bear cubs. Otherwise, the black bear wouldn't be guarding the cave entrance. But it seems that something has happened inside." Solitary Eagle nodded with certainty. Ling Xiao firmly believed Solitary Eagle's words. After all, Solitary Eagle had roamed the desolate mountains for many years, so he naturally knew more than him. "Young master, let's work together to kill this black bear. Right now, the one inside doesn't have the ability to fight with us anymore. Once it gives birth to Yue, it'll be even better. For pairs of bear paws, black Ganoderma, and Yue, then we'll be rich." Solitary Eagle thought for a moment before speaking excitedly. At the same time, he drew his fire sword from his back, wanting to join forces with Ling Xiao. When the black bear guarding the cave saw Solitary Eagle's killing intent, its eyes turned red, and its entire body emitted a faint earthen yellow light. It seemed to be preparing for a battle to the death. This time, Ling Xiao hesitated. Did he really have to kill this black bear? "Young master, what's wrong? There's a Yue here. If we capture it and raise it in the future, it'll definitely be a great help." Solitary Eagle looked at the silent Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the vigilant black bear. At the same time, he thought of his miserable life as an orphan in his previous life. If it wasn't for Old Ghost's master taking him in, he probably would have starved to death on the streets. In his previous life, he didn't enjoy the love of his parents, and this life had given him compensation. Now, did he really have the heart to kill these two black bears? "Forget it, I can't do this kind of behavior." He couldn't help but feel his heart soften. He sighed heavily. "Alas. Forget it, let's call it a day." "Young master?" Solitary Eagle looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. In Solitary Eagle's opinion, this was a heaven-sent opportunity, so why would Ling Xiao give it up? He was unwilling. He wanted to obtain the black Ganoderma to break through to the high-level mystic realm. Even if he had to risk his life, he was willing. After all, this kind of opportunity was extremely rare. "Young master, if you don't kill them now, others will discover their existence in the future. They won't be able to escape death. Why don't we?" Solitary Eagle still tried to persuade him. "I've made up my mind. Let's go. I'll think of a way for you to break through." Ling Xiao saw the strong unwillingness in Solitary Eagle's eyes and had no choice but to comfort him. "Alas." Solitary Eagle sighed and shook his head. He sheathed his sword again and planned to leave with Ling Xiao. Roar! Another shocking roar came from the cave entrance. The black bear guarding the cave entrance looked a little anxious. It immediately turned its head and hurriedly ran back into the cave. "It can't be a difficult birth, right?" Ling Xiao looked at the anxious black bear returning to the cave and couldn't help but mutter to himself. "It's indeed a difficult birth, otherwise it wouldn't cry out so miserably." Normally, this kind of situation rarely happens when spirit beasts give birth, but there are occasional exceptions. Perhaps the cub is too big, and it's difficult for the mother bear to give birth. Solitary Eagle's many years of life in the forest clearly explained. Ling Xiao held his chin with one hand, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Let's go in and see." What? Solitary Eagle looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Then he guessed Ling Xiao's intentions and immediately said, "Young master, don't be impulsive. Right now, the male bear will definitely protect the female bear with his life. He definitely won't let us get close. Let's go." However, Ling Xiao didn't listen to Solitary Eagle and directly walked toward the bear cave. Solitary Eagle really couldn't understand this young master's thoughts. He thought to himself, "I really don't know what the young master is thinking." Since he had already chosen to follow Ling Xiao, Solitary Eagle could only bite the bullet and chase after him. This time, Ling Xiao went directly to the cave entrance. The male bear didn't come out again, but the roar inside was even more miserable. "Solitary Eagle, you guard outside. Unless you hear my call for help, don't go in," Ling Xiao ordered and then walked into the cave without hesitation. After walking in for a while, Solitary Eagle heard the black bear's hostile roar. He couldn't help but feel worried for Ling Xiao, but he still followed Ling Xiao's instructions and was ready to rescue at any time. Inside the cave, Ling Xiao waved his hand at the male bear, who was glaring like a tiger, and said, "Boss bear, don't misunderstand. We're here to help your wife." As Ling Xiao spoke, he pointed at the female bear who was moaning in pain. How could the male bear understand Ling Xiao's words? It immediately waved its paw and smashed it towards Ling Xiao. "Hey bro, why are you so unreasonable?" Ling Xiao had to step forward to avoid the male bear's attack. Unexpectedly, the male bear's bestial nature erupted, and it smashed its paw towards Ling Xiao again. "Damn, I've made the first move." Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme, avoiding the male bear's attack at the side of the cave, and rushed to the female bear's side. The male bear was even more furious. It turned its huge body, vowing to kill this damned human. However, when it was about to attack, it saw Ling Xiao place a knife in front of the female bear. It had no choice but to stop its attack. Its eyes were filled with a strong killing intent, and with a roar, the entire cave shook a few times. Chapter 58. Roars of beasts could be heard from the dense forest, frightening the beasts within 100 miles and causing the low-level spirit beasts to be terrified. Solitary Eagle anxiously stood outside the cave with a long sword in his hand as he paced back and forth as if he wanted to rush into the cave. However, he didn't dare to act on his own since there were no instructions from the cave. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed and the cave had become strangely quiet. Solitary Eagle was puzzled and muttered to himself, "Could it be that young master was?" Sigh, young people are still immature and let their emotions affect their decisions. Forget it, there's nothing wrong with being free. Seeing that there was no response from the cave, Solitary Eagle guessed that Ling Xiao had met with misfortune. After all, it was a berserk black bear and he didn't think that he was its match, let alone Ling Xiao. After another 2 hours, Solitary Eagle turned around and was about to leave when he stopped. He looked into the cave and gritted his teeth, planning to rush in. There was a black racer mushroom inside, and as long as he obtained it, he would have a chance to break through to the high-level mystic realm. At that time, as long as he didn't offend his family, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in Meteorite City. Just as he was about to enter the cave, a figure walked out. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? "Young master, are you all right?" Solitary Eagle asked in surprise. One had to know that there was a mid-stage second-rank black bear inside. Even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he couldn't have come out unscathed. Ling Xiao smiled. "Do you really want something to happen to me?" Solitary Eagle hurriedly waved his hand. "Of course not. I saw that young master didn't come out for so long, so I was just about to rush in and save you." Solitary Eagle wiped off his cold sweat guiltily. At this moment his admiration for Ling Xiao was growing. He was actually able to enter the black bear cave without any injuries. If it was him, he might not have been able to do it as easily as Ling Xiao. "Oh, take it." Ling Xiao took out something and threw it to Solitary Eagle. Solitary Eagle caught it and looked at it, his eyes glowing. This is a black racer mushroom." Lone Eagle was very excited. He didn't expect that the young master would really help him obtain the black Ganoderma. This was a mid-tier rank 2 spirit grass. It was very valuable and he risked his life to obtain it. The young master actually gave it to him. "Let's go. Let's find a place and I'll protect you." "Hurry up and break through," said Ling Xiao without the slightest heartache. He had never been stingy towards the people around him. "Thank you, young master." Lone Eagle knelt down on one knee and thanked him sincerely. This time, he willingly knelt to express his gratitude. His loyalty to Ling Xiao skyrocketed. "All right, in the future, as long as you follow me loyally, the Mystic Knight rank isn't your limit," Ling Xiao said to Solitary Eagle confidently after receiving his bow. At this moment, Lone Eagle was 100% convinced by Ling Xiao's words. The Mystic Knight rank wasn't the end? Could it be that there would really be a day when he broke through to the Spirit Master level? Just as Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle were about to leave, a tremor came from the Black Bear Cave. Lone Eagle immediately went on guard and wondered, could it be that the Black Bear is still alive? "Don't be nervous." Ling Xiao patted Lone Eagle's shoulder. At this time, two huge black bears walked out of the cave, and one of them was carrying a small black bear in its arms. The small black bear was only the size of the large black bear's paw. It was curled up in the mother bear's embrace, looking extremely cute with its fluffy appearance. The two black bears arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Lone Eagle couldn't help but take 2 steps back and say to Ling Xiao, "Young master, hurry up and leave." Ling Xiao ignored Lone Eagle and cupped his hands towards the black bear. He smiled, "Boss Black Bear, I'll be leaving. Please forgive me if I offended you." The male bear and the female bear roared a few times in response. The female bear very humanely patted the male bear's shoulder. The male bear understood and stepped forward. He opened his paw and placed a few stalks of black Ganoderma in front of Ling Xiao. So many black Ganoderma. There's even a 1,000-year black Ganoderma. Not far away, Lone Eagle's eyes widened as he looked at the spirit grass in the male bear's hand. Even Ling Xiao was stunned. He had clearly only found 2 black Ganoderma in the cave. He had picked one before leaving and left the other behind. But this male bear had 5 black Ganoderma in his hand. This was too unexpected. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't take it, the male bear used his paw to push Ling Xiao and shook the black Ganoderma in his hand. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the male bear. He pointed at himself and said, "This is for me?" The male bear seemed to be able to understand human speech and nodded in a friendly manner. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before taking the 5 black Ganoderma in the male bear's hand. He then walked over to the mother bear's side and said, "Let me see the little guy." The mother bear lowered her body and let Ling Xiao touch the cub in her arms. The cub drowsily opened its eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. It actually managed to stand up and stick out its tongue to lick Ling Xiao's face before falling back into the mother bear's embrace. Ling Xiao rubbed the cub's head and smiled in satisfaction. He then took out a black Ganoderma and placed it in front of the cub. "Come, little black. This is your name from now on. Hurry up and eat. You'll grow up quickly." Ling Xiao gave the cub a name. The cub didn't stand on ceremony and snatched the black Ganoderma from Ling Xiao's hand and started chewing. Solitary Eagle, who wasn't too far away, felt his heart ache. That was close to 10,000 gold coins. "All right, let's go. I'll come back to see you guys later." Ling Xiao patted the 2 bears before turning around and leaving with Solitary Eagle. The 2 black bears carried the cub and followed him for a while before returning. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 huge figures that had gone back and felt an indescribable sense of melancholy. "Young master, they've gone back," Solitary Eagle said indifferently. His eyes were filled with admiration for Ling Xiao. He had roamed the desolate mountains for many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a miraculous scene. The young master was actually so friendly with the Black Bear family. If word got out, no one would believe it. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "All right, let's find a quiet place. I'll protect you while you break through." The 2 arrived at a quiet and secluded place. Solitary Eagle opened a cave and prepared to enter to break through. At that moment, Ling Xiao called out to Solitary Eagle and took out the only 1,000-year black Ganoderma. Handing it to Solitary Eagle, he said, "Take this. It'll increase your chances of breaking through." Suddenly, Solitary Eagle felt a lump in his throat and his eyes became hot. Tears almost flowed out of his eyes, but he resisted the urge to take it and walked back into the cave. From this moment on, Solitary Eagle was absolutely loyal to Ling Xiao. 1,000-year black Ganoderma was a level higher than a black Ganoderma that was under 1,000 years old. It was already a high-tier second-tier spirit herb, and its value was self-evident. But Ling Xiao hadn't even frowned when he had given such a precious black Ganoderma to Solitary Eagle. How could he not be moved? Ling Xiao didn't take this matter to heart. Although these precious spirit grasses were rare, it didn't mean that they couldn't be found. In the future, when he was strong enough, as long as he went into the depths of the mountain range, wouldn't he be able to catch a handful of high-level spirit grasses? Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't completely selfless. At the very least, if Solitary Eagle became stronger, it would be a great help to him. Solitary Eagle breaking through to the high-tier mystic realm wasn't something that could be done in a minute or two. Ling Xiao took out some dried meat to eat. In order to help the black bears, he had expended a lot of energy. Thinking back to the scene in the cave, it was indeed very thrilling. He had risked his life in exchange for the gratitude of the two black bears. At that time, Ling Xiao held a knife to the female bear's neck and threatened the male bear not to act recklessly. However, how could the male bear guess Ling Xiao's intention? It instantly went berserk. If it wasn't for the female bear as a shield, Ling Xiao would have already died under the male bear's attack. Because the female bear was giving birth, she lost her combat power. Also, because of the difficult birth, she couldn't pose a threat to Ling Xiao at all. All she knew was to keep roaring and trying to give birth to the little bear. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't give birth to the little bear. It was in so much pain that she was hovering between life and death. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know how to deliver a baby, but he knew how to adapt to the situation. With one hand on the female bear's back, he transferred his profound energy into the female bear's body to help it smooth out the meridians and increase the strength of its exertion. Sure enough, with his full cooperation, the female bear finally gave birth to Little Black. Ling Xiao's profound energy was exhausted and he sat on the ground weakly. The male bear seized the opportunity and ran to the front of Ling Xiao in an instant. A bear paw that contained great strength smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. At that time, Ling Xiao thought that he was already dead. Fortunately, good people always had good karma. The female bear managed to roar once, as if she was telling something to the male bear. Only then did Ling Xiao escape. Because of this, Ling Xiao and the black bear's family had a good karma. The reason why a wild beast could become a spirit beast was because it had a certain spirituality. It was the sublimation of a wild beast and could already distinguish some simple consciousness. Although it was still a little worse than those spirit beasts with spiritual wisdom of the 3rd rank and above, it also had a certain level of thinking. Ling Xiao helped the female bear to give birth to the little black bear. The female bear completely felt that Ling Xiao had no malice towards them. This made the black bear's family extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. At the same time, they very generously offered the black Ganoderma in the cave. Spirit beasts were different from humans. Once they recognized the existence of a friend, they would be very loyal and selfless to help their friend. And Ling Xiao was the first and only friend of the black bear's family. Ling Xiao had eaten his fill. Since he had nothing else to do, he began to meditate. Only by constantly cultivating would he be able to speed up his growth. Through this period of fighting with the black bear, Ling Xiao's Vajra 5 Changes secret second form had a clear improvement. The original small success stage was gradually moving towards the middle success stage. Now that he had suffered another injury, he believed that he didn't need any medicine to heal himself with the Vajra 5 Changes secret. Because of this, Ling Xiao felt that this Vajra 5 Changes secret was the legendary, immortal deity technique. Otherwise, how could it have the ability to repair itself? It was too powerful. He really didn't know where the Grand Elder had obtained this mysterious technique. Ling Xiao was immersed in cultivation. The 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi was circulating in his body, clearing away the obstacles to breaking through to a high-level cultivator. As long as his state of mind and state reached an optimal state, it would be the day he broke through. However, he wasn't in a hurry. First, he compressed the state of a middle-level cultivator. Once it was truly saturated, he would naturally break through smoothly. Just as Ling Xiao was meditating and standing guard for Solitary Eagle, he heard the conversation of several adventurers coming from the nearby forest. He immediately became vigilant. If he let them disturb Solitary Eagle's breakthrough this time, then he didn't know when the next time would be. Chapter 59. Not far from Ling Xiao, 7 figures appeared in the dense forest. These 7 people all looked somewhat similar, so it was obvious that they were brothers. The youngest was around 26 years old, and the oldest was in his 40s. If Lone Eagle was here, he would definitely recognize these 7 people. They were quite famous among the adventurers. Originally, they were known as the Peng 7 Wolves. However, after the Azure Wolves mercenary group learned of their existence, they threatened to change their titles if they didn't submit to the Azure Wolves mercenary group. Otherwise, they would definitely disappear from Meteor City. Therefore, the 7 of them had no choice but to change their titles to the Peng 7 Eagles. Big brother, can we really sell all these low-level poisonous plants for money? Eagle 7, who was the youngest among them, asked Eagle Big, who was the oldest. Old 7, you're so annoying. You've already asked this many times along the way. If we can't sell them for money, then why did I ask you guys to come here? Eagle 3 said to Eagle 7, Old 7, Big Brother definitely knows what he's doing. If he says we can sell them for money, then we definitely can. Eagle 7 still didn't understand, but these low-grade poisonous plants aren't worth much even if we sell them to the Spirit Herb Hall. It's better to find a few more spirit plants and sell them for a higher price. What do you know? These poisonous plants aren't going to be sold to the Spirit Herb Hall, Eagle 7 shouted. Eagle 7 didn't dare to say anything else, but he unwillingly swallowed his words. At this time, Eagle 2 said, Big brother, now that there are only 7 of us, you should just tell us who wants to buy these poisonous plants so we can have an idea. Eagle first hesitated for a moment and then looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he quietly said, It's a mission from the Ling family's chief steward. Each poisonous plant is worth 50 gold coins, and the higher the grade, the higher the price. This is double the price of low-grade spirit plants, so do you think we should collect them? However, Chief Steward Ling said that this matter can't be leaked, or else the consequences will be. The other brothers all nodded when they saw how serious Eagle First was. Eagle 7 was obviously talkative and couldn't help but ask, What's the use of the Ling family collecting so many poisonous plants? Eagle 7 glared at Eagle 7 and said, You have too many questions. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Forget it, big brother. Little 7 is like this. Let's hurry and collect some poisonous plants, but we can't let any of them go. Eagle 3 tried to smooth things over. The 7 no longer spoke and began to search for poisonous plants nearby. Ling Xiao, who was not too far away, heard the conversation between the 7 of them. His expression turned serious as he thought to himself, What is Ling Chong trying to do by gathering so many poisonous grasses? Could it be that those 2 old geezers can't wait to fight for the throne? Ling Chong was the head steward of the Ling family that Big Eagle had mentioned. Ling Xiao knew that there was only one head steward Ling in Meteor City. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more he worried about his grandfather. But now that Lone Eagle was in the middle of a breakthrough, he was afraid that if he left, spirit beasts or adventurers would disturb him. No, I have to get to the bottom of this. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. Ling Xiao took some twigs and weeds to cover up the hole that Lone Eagle was in. Then, he dashed towards 7 eagles who were not far away. Big brother, I found a snake-shaped plant. Eagle 7 happily picked up a snake-shaped plant. Not good. Ing San turned around and shouted, Little 7, get out of the way. There's a 7-star viper next to the serpentine grass. Unfortunately, Ing San's warning was too late. A small figure shot out from the bushes. Ing Chi's arm was bitten and he let out a blood-curdling scream. He immediately grabbed the 7-star viper with his other hand and fiercely smashed it to the ground. His feet didn't stop as he heavily stepped on the snake's head. The snake's head was immediately trampled into minced meat. If you dare to bite me, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse. Eagle 7 still didn't understand and stomped on the dead 7-star venomous snake several times. However, Ing San came to Ing Chi with a serious face and waved the hook in his hand at Ing Chi's arm, which was bitten by the snake. Ing Chi was caught off guard and one of his arms was cut off. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Little 7. The other brothers cried out and hurriedly ran over to Ing Chi. Ing Chi covered his bleeding arm with one hand and rolled on the ground in pain. Ing San took out a medicinal pill from his waist and forced it into Ing Chi's mouth. The others helped Ing Chi bandage his wound. Third brother, what are you doing? Ing Lu, who was 2 years older than Ing Chi, angrily asked Ing San. What do you know? Your third brother is saving little 7. Don't look down on this 7-star viper. It's extremely poisonous, and even if we have antidotes, we can't save little 7. Your third brother cut off little 7's arm to prevent the snake's venom from spreading. This can be considered saving little 7's life. Ing Da shouted as he looked at Ing Chi, who was lying on the ground. Although his youngest brother was especially talkative and annoying, he was still his biological brother. Now that he had lost an arm, how could he not feel sad for him? Hearing Ing Da's words, Ing Lu froze for a moment before sighing and turning his face away. Who is it? Ing Da shouted in a certain direction. Who else could it be other than Ling Xiao? Brothers, I'm just passing by, Ling Xiao said with a friendly smile. Ing Da could see through Ling Xiao's cultivation, so he lowered his guard. But when he saw that Ling Xiao was handsome, but his clothes were tattered and blood-stained, he couldn't help but be puzzled. This brat is actually at the middle realm, and his strength isn't bad. But he really has some guts to come here alone. Ling Xiao glanced at Ing Chi, who was lying on the ground in pain, and thought of a plan. He immediately said, if we don't stop the bleeding, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on if he loses too much blood. In truth, it wasn't that no one wanted to stop the bleeding, but that the wound on Ing Chi's arm was too big. Although it had been bandaged, the blood vessels were still flowing out, and there was nothing they could do. What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't leave, I'll kill you. Ing Lu roared at Ling Xiao. The others also had ugly expressions as they glared at Ling Xiao, as if blaming Ling Xiao for saying such unlucky words. Ling Xiao didn't mind, and lightly said, if you trust this little brother, I can stop his bleeding. The 7 eagles were stunned, and in the end, Ing San said, does this little brother really have the confidence to stop the bleeding? Since you don't believe me, then I'll be leaving, Ling Xiao said and turned to leave. At that moment, Ing Da stopped Ling Xiao and said, as long as you can stop the bleeding, I'll give you 100 gold coins. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I don't need your gold coins. I just want to ask you a few simple questions, and I want you to answer them truthfully. Let alone a few, even 100 won't be a problem. Hurry up and stop the bleeding. Ing Lu hurriedly agreed. Ling Xiao nodded and then reached down to the side of Ing Chi's severed arm. He casually pressed a few acupoints and then stood up. He clapped his hands and said, it's done. The 7 eagles didn't believe him, but when they saw that Ing Chi was no longer groaning in pain, their expressions relaxed and they immediately fainted. The wound had indeed stopped bleeding. Although Ling Xiao didn't know any acupoint techniques, he still had some basic acupoint techniques from his previous life. He was quite confident in his ability to stop bleeding. Many thanks for your help, little brother. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Ing Da cupped his hands in thanks to Ling Xiao, but his eyes flashed with doubt. He didn't know what this brat wanted to ask. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and then got straight to the point. I just want to know why you've gathered so many poisonous grasses. Ing Da's expression slightly changed. He was just about to answer when Ing San interrupted, of course we're going to sell them for some gold coins. Could it be that little brother is interested in poisonous grasses? Ling Xiao naturally knew that Ing San was just brushing him off, so he got straight to the point. I'm afraid you're not telling the truth. I just heard you say that you wanted to sell them to the Ling family's chief steward. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the 7 eagles all became alert. Ing Da narrowed his eyes and said, since little brother heard it, why bother asking? Don't be nervous, I'm just here to make some money. I just want to get some information from you. If there are poisonous grasses, how can I contact the chief steward? Ling Xiao explained. Little brother, it's best if you don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You should know that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Since you've helped my seventh brother stop his bleeding, you can leave, Ingda said bluntly. It seems that you don't want to answer my questions. Ling Xiao was gradually losing his patience. If they really didn't dare to answer, then he would have to use force to solve the problem. Hurry up and scram, or I'll chop you up. Don't think that just because you've helped us you can ask for favors. Ing Six shouted at Ling Xiao. Did you hear that? Hurry up and scram, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Ing Si, who had been silent this whole time, spoke up. Ling Xiao was infuriated. Helping spirit beasts could earn him favors, but now that he was being bullied while helping a human, he couldn't take it anymore. Since that's the case, then I'll have to take back what I owe, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then his figure flashed and he once again appeared next to Ing Seven, his finger quickly tapping a few times. Ing Seven, who had just fainted, suddenly woke up and began to scream, it hurts so much. Seventh brother, that damned bastard. Ing Six cried out in alarm. Then he swung the two hooks in his hands at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, Ing Six and Ling Xiao were only mid-level profound practitioners. How could he possibly be a match for Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao didn't even bother to use his weapon. He first dodged Ing Six's two hooks and then punched Ing Six's lower ribs several times, causing Ing Six to bounce back. You have some skills, but if you don't stop my brother's bleeding within 3 breaths, I'll immediately behead you. Ing Si glowered at Ling Xiao. I said that if I help him stop the bleeding, you'll answer a few questions. Unfortunately, you don't know how to treasure it, so I can only take back my words and let him bleed to death. Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest. A mere mid-level profound practitioner dares to be so arrogant? Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. A sharp light flashed through Ing Si's eyes as he waved the two hooks in his hands a few times. Several streaks of light shot towards Ling Xiao. Ing Si was a high-level profound practitioner, so his moves were much fiercer than Ing Six. If it was any other mid-level profound practitioner, it would have been difficult for them to dodge, but unfortunately for him, his opponent was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's Cloud Track Phantom footwork was unique on this continent. His speed was peerlessly fast, and his movements were erratic. In an instant, he had dodged Ing Si's attack and appeared behind him. Old Four, watch out behind you! Ingda and Ing San shouted in unison as they caught sight of Ling Xiao's figure. Too late! Ling Xiao's killing intent surged as he unsheathed the blue crystal sword on his back. The sword flashed, and someone was beheaded. Unfortunately, it wasn't Ling Xiao, but Ing Si. Chapter 60. Old Four, Fourth Brother. The other eagles cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, number 4 was already dead. Originally, Ling Xiao hadn't wanted to start a slaughter, but he could clearly feel the killing intent coming from number 6 and number 4, so he decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Otherwise, they would think he was easy to bully. You bastard, I'll bury you with my brother. Number 6's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his hooks at Ling Xiao. The raging flames were like a dragon, extremely terrifying. Even high-level cultivators would be killed by this attack. Ling Xiao looked at the ferocious attack coming at him in an instant, and a strange smile appeared on his face. His body did not move, and he allowed the fire to hit him. Boom! That damned bastard, I can't believe I let him kill number 4. Number 6 thought that Ling Xiao had already died and cursed. Big brother, look! Number 3 looked as if he had seen a ghost as he pointed forward. Ingda looked in the direction he was pointing and saw Ling Xiao smiling at him. He rubbed his eyes and thought that he was seeing things, but when he confirmed that Ling Xiao was completely unharmed, he couldn't help but jump in fright. That's impossible! He's fine after taking one of my attacks. Ling Xiao twisted his neck and laughed. That move of yours isn't even enough to tickle me. Ling Xiao had already been bombarded by the 5 elements envoys for over half a month, and his Vajra 5 transformation art's second transformation, Tendon Refinement, was already at the initial stage. Furthermore, He had also exchanged blows with the black bear for a few days, so he wasn't too far from reaching the grand completion stage. I don't believe you're made of steel. This. Number 6 waved his hooks once more, this time using all of his power. The fire dragon was twice as large as before, and it shot toward Ling Xiao with incredible speed. Do you think I'm stupid? I've already let you take a bit of my advantage and you still want to come at me? Ling Xiao shouted and took a step forward, dodging number 6's attack. The blue crystal sword in his hand shot out, and countless rays of sword light shot toward number 6. Eagle 2 and Eagle 3 exclaimed at the same time, "Watch out, big brother!" Both of them attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Among the 7 eagles, Yingda and Yingsan were low-level mystic cultivators. Ying'er was only a high-level mystic cultivator. However, when he and Yingsan attacked at the same time, they were not much weaker than Yingda. Instantly, it turned into a sea of fire. Eagle 5 and Eagle 6 carried Eagle 7 and moved far away. Ling Xiao was attacked at the same time. He had no choice but to give up on attacking Eagle 1. He dodged Eagle 3's powerful attack and attacked Eagle 2, who was slightly weaker. Ying'er was 1 rank higher than Ling Xiao, so he wasn't afraid of fighting Ling Xiao head-on. Unfortunately, he had overlooked his fatal weakness. His dual hooks were only high Tier 1 weapons, while his opponents were 2 tiers higher than his. The 2 hooks were chopped off by the long sword, exposing the middle part of the body. The long sword pierced through. Ying'er looked at the long sword that pierced through his chest and said in disbelief, "It's a level 2 sword." But before he could finish, he lost his breath and died on the spot. "Second brother!" The other eagles cried out in alarm. They didn't expect that this weak-looking man would be able to kill 2 of their brothers in a row. This was simply too inconceivable. "Big brother, let's work together and kill this bastard." Yingsan shouted at Yingda with red eyes. Yingda didn't dare to be careless. He nodded and gathered all the mystic energy in his body. He and Yingsan each attacked Ling Xiao from a different direction. Instantly, the hooks flew around and the flames grew brighter. Facing the full attack of 2 low-level mystic cultivators, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He unsheathed the silver ghost blood saber behind his back and leaped into the air. He used Shadowless Saber, Scar Sword, at the same time. The saber and sword split into 2 directions and parried the attacks of Yingda and Yingsan. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao was blown away by the momentum of the 2 low-level mystic cultivators, while Yingda and Yingsan were injured by Ling Xiao's strong moves. The 2 looked very embarrassed. But the 2 didn't have time to pay attention to this. They didn't stop and continued to attack Ling Xiao. "Damn it, I'm still not strong enough." Ling Xiao cursed as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he dashed toward Ying Wu, Ying Si, and Ying Qi. "Not good. 5th brother, 6th brother, take 7th brother and run. That bastard is going over." Ying San reminded his brothers as he chased after them. Yingda and Yingsan finally realized Ling Xiao's strange footwork. They were shocked. This is at least a green-level footwork. Otherwise, how could he run faster than them? Greed began to grow in their hearts. Not only did they want to take revenge, but they also wanted to force the opponent to spit out the footwork cultivation method. However, although the 2 of them had planned well, before they could catch the other party, they once again saw the other party kill their own brother. "Didn't you want to kill me? I'll give it to you now," Ling Xiao said faintly as he ran toward Ying Lu. The blue crystal sword was no longer merciful. He had already decided that only one of the 7 would be left to interrogate. The others were unnecessary. Ying Lu resisted with all his might, but he met the same fate as his second brother. Ying Wu was scared out of his wits. He abandoned the half-dead Ying Qi and ran away. When Ling Xiao was about to chase after him, Yingda and Yingsan had already caught up from behind. The 2 used their ultimate moves at the same time. In an instant, a sea of fire burned the surrounding trees and grass. "He's going to become a roasted pig," Ling Xiao exclaimed. He picked up the half-dead Eagle 7 and threw him at the 2. This move was indeed effective. Yingda and Yingsan cried out in alarm, immediately withdrawing their moves. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to counterattack. The silver ghost blood saber condensed its power and smashed out a saber shadow. Chilling glance. Ing San's reaction was very fast. He had a second-tier low-tier hook weapon in his hand. He blocked Ling Xiao's sword. The hook was broken and he was pushed back a few steps. Ling Xiao wasn't going to let his opponent off easily. He brandished his sword and saber again. Ing San struggled to defend himself. He barely protected the vital parts of his body so that he would not die under the sword. Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Ing De settled Ing Chi. Seeing that Ing San was in danger, he waved his hook to help. Ling Xiao saw that he could not take down Ing San in one move. His Xian energy was almost used up. It seemed that he would have to return without any results. Ling Xiao wanted to ask Ing De why Ling Chong wanted to buy the poisonous grass. Unfortunately, Ing San and the others were too insensible. That made him want to kill them. He thought that he had the ability to kill these 7 people. Unfortunately, 2 of them were low-level Xian cultivators. Even though he had the ability to fight above his level, he did not have the ability to kill 2 low-level Xian cultivators at the same time. He had overestimated his strength. There was no point in fighting now. On the contrary, when he was exhausted, he might be bitten by the other side. Ling Xiao gave up on attacking Ing San. At the same time, he dodged Ing Da's attack. He could not help but think, if only Lone Eagle could break through now. Big brother, stop him. He wants to escape. Ing San was very vigilant. He immediately warned Ing De waved his hooks in front of Ling Xiao. Flashes of fire forced Ling Xiao to dodge left and right. He could not leave quickly. On the other side, Ing San was finally willing to use his strongest forbidden technique. A small mid-level Xian cultivator can force us 7 brothers to this point. You can die without regret. Ing San's face became frighteningly pale after finishing his move. He waved his hooks. Flashes of fire interweaved to form an incomparably huge fire net. He attacked Ling Xiao. Oh no! Ling Xiao was tired of dealing with Ing De. He did not notice that Ing San had such a strong move. He could not help but cry out. This time, Ling Xiao could not dodge. He could only use the Vajra 5 transformation art. He decided to take this move head-on. However, whether he could escape after this move was still unknown. Bastard, you can't escape this time. Ing De gritted his teeth and scolded. Just as the fiery net was about to engulf Ling Xiao, an even more dazzling fiery light rushed over. The fiery net was instantly split in half, and the fiery light scattered in all directions. Who dares to hurt my family's young master? A cry came as a figure rushed to Ling Xiao's side. It was Solitary Eagle who had just broken through to the high-level Xian realm. At this moment, Solitary Eagle's whole body was emitting a powerful aura. His body was surrounded by a faint red light. It was obvious that his cultivation had reached a higher level. His single eye was shining with a sharp light. It seemed that a single glance could shock everyone present. But, Lord Solitary Eagle! Ing De could not help but cry out when he saw who it was. Not far away, Ing San also saw who it was. His body went limp and fell to the ground. Young master, are you all right? Solitary Eagle did not have time to pay attention to Ing De. Instead, he asked Ling Xiao with concern. Ling Xiao felt Solitary Eagle's powerful aura. He knew that Solitary Eagle had successfully broken through. He immediately smiled and said, "This young master is fine. You came at the right time. It seems that you have successfully broken through." Solitary Eagle bowed 90 degrees to Ling Xiao and said sincerely, "Many thanks to young master's help." Right now, Solitary Eagle was wholeheartedly loyal to Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's strength was not as good as his, he had astonishing potential. He also had a wise and farsighted mind and a decisive determination to kill. Most importantly, he had incomparable trust and generosity towards his subordinates. All of this was enough for Solitary Eagle to truly follow him. He felt that following the young master would be the most honorable decision of his life. This was because the young master had said that the Xian realm was not the end of his life. Ling Xiao patted Solitary Eagle's shoulder and said, "Since you are following me, I will not treat you unfairly. Alright, first help me get rid of these 2 small fries." Damn, these idiots who repay kindness with enmity. Solitary Eagle heard Ling Zhao's words and immediately walked towards Yingde and Yingsan. Yingde knew of Solitary Eagle's reputation. He never thought that Solitary Eagle, who had always been a loner, would be the servant of this youth. His legs went limp and he immediately knelt down and begged Solitary Eagle for mercy. "Lord Solitary Eagle, please spare me." "So it's you little eagles. You dare offend my young master? Then go repent to the king of hell." Solitary Eagle raised his sword with one hand and chopped towards Yingda's head. Yingda's face was ashen as he closed his eyes and waited for death. He knew that he was not Solitary Eagle's opponent and that resistance would be futile. He might as well just accept his fate. This way, he would be able to have a quick death. "Wait, spare his dog life first. I have something to ask him." Just as Solitary Eagle's sword was about to land on Yingda's head, Ling Xiao spoke up to stop him. When Yingde heard this, he felt that it was like the voice of the heavens. Chapter 61. Young Master, if you have anything to ask, I will tell you everything I know. Yingde finally collapsed in front of the call of death and knelt before Ling Xiao and begged for mercy. Ling Xiao looked at Yingde with a sneer. "If you had been so polite, your brothers wouldn't have lost their lives." He paused for a moment and then said, "Let me ask you, why does the Ling family's chief steward want to buy poisonous grass?" Yingde hurriedly said, "I really don't know." "You really don't know?" Ling Xiao looked straight at Yingde and asked again. Yingda's heart trembled and he quickly waved his hand. "I really don't know. I only know that Chief Steward Ling has been secretly buying poisonous grass recently, and the price is 2 or 3 times higher than normal low-level spirit herbs. That's why we came to find poisonous grass." Ling Xiao looked at Yingda's expression and thought that he didn't seem to be lying. He thought for a moment and then said, "Then how did you make a deal with the Ling family's chief steward?" Yingde said, "On the 15th of every month, as long as you bring the poisonous grass to Lu Tingxian outside the city, there will naturally be someone there to receive you. That's all I know." "Lu Tingxian outside the city?" Ling Xiao thought for a moment and then asked, "How did you know that the Ling family's chief steward was buying it?" Yingde wiped the cold sweat off his face and replied, "I was following a brother on a mission and accidentally heard it." Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "All right, you can go now." "Thank you, young master, for sparing my life." "Thank you, young master, for sparing my life." Yingde knelt down and thanked him. He picked up Yingqi, who was not far away, and ran away with Yingsan. At this time, Ling Xiao made a kill gesture towards Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle understood tacitly. His figure flashed, and he instantly caught up with Big Eagle and Third Eagle. Then he swung his fire sword downwards. By the time Yingde sensed the danger, he and Yingsan had already been decapitated. Lone Eagle acted as if nothing had happened and immediately returned to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao said to Solitary Eagle, "Take their weapons and see if they have anything good. Take them all and remember to take their poisonous grass as well." Lone Eagle nodded and began to search the corpses on the ground according to Ling Xiao's instructions. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the sky, his thoughts whirling. Ling Chong would not buy poisonous plants for no reason. Could it be that he wanted to poison his grandfather to death? This was obviously impossible. Ordinary poisons would not cause too much harm to powerful martial artists. Even if the poison was very strong, people like his grandfather should be able to detect it or have antidote pills. Then why did Ling Chong want to purchase these low-grade poisonous herbs? Ling Xiao was puzzled, but he had a vague feeling that there was a conspiracy behind all this. "You two old fellows, I don't know what you're planning, but I won't let you get what you want," muttered Ling Xiao. When Lone Eagle finished collecting the spoils of war, Ling Xiao returned to the cave where Lone Eagle broke through to the high-level mystic realm and closed it. He wanted to break through now. Through the battle just now, Ling Xiao's Xian energy had been drained and regenerated. It was obvious that his Xian energy had reached a bottleneck, and he knew that this was the best time to break through. After instructing Lone Eagle, Ling Xiao entered the cave and sat down cross-legged. He retracted all of his aura and focused on guiding his Xian energy so that his condition was at its peak. That was the time to break through. The night passed quickly. At the break of dawn, a powerful aura came from the cave. Lone Eagle, who was guarding outside the cave, was stunned for a moment. Then he respectfully said to the cave entrance, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, young master." Ling Xiao slowly walked out of the cave. His entire body was flowing with an invisible aura that made people feel oppressed. His pair of tiger eyes were even brighter, and his temperament had also risen to a higher level. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and looked himself up and down. He felt his powerful strength and thought to himself, "Now low-level mystic realm should not be a threat. Even if I meet a mid-level mystic realm, I can still fight." After eating some air-dried spirit beast meat, Ling Xiao said to Lone Eagle, "Lone Eagle, go back to Meteorite City and help me with something." "What about you, young master?" Lone Eagle asked in confusion. "I still need to stay in the mountains for a while," replied Ling Xiao. "This?" Lone Eagle looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Ling Xiao seemed to see through Lone Eagle's thoughts and waved his hand, "Don't worry about me. There aren't many spirit beasts that can stop this young master here. Just help me with this matter." Lone Eagle knew that his young master was very capable. Now that he had broken through to a high-level Xian cultivator, protecting himself shouldn't be a problem. He immediately nodded and said, "Please instruct me, young master." Then Ling Xiao said solemnly, "Take my deacon token to the inner courtyard to find my grandfather and tell him about Ling Chong buying poisonous plants. Also, ask him to send people to investigate Lu Tingshuan's movements. Tell him to be wary of those two old fellows who want to seize the position. Also, help me tell the old master that I will be back soon and that he doesn't need to worry. Help me give these 2 black Ganoderma to my father and sell off the weapons and low-level spirit herbs. There's no use keeping them." "Yes, young master. Lone Eagle will definitely pass on the message," Lone Eagle replied. "Also, help me protect Yushi's safety. That's all. Go back quickly and remember, don't let anyone know about this," Ling Xiao said before letting Lone Eagle leave. Lone Eagle bowed and was about to leave when Ling Xiao suddenly called out to him, "Young master, do you have any other instructions?" "Where is Wolf Fang Valley?" Ling Xiao asked. Lone Eagle didn't even think before pointing in a direction and saying, "It'll take about half a day to get there from here. Wolf packs often appear there. Young master, if you want to go there, you must be careful." "All right, you can go back now," Ling Xiao said with a nod. After Lone Eagle left, Ling Xiao changed into a set of martial attire that he had taken from 7 Eagles and rushed towards Wolf Fang Valley. Ling Xiao used his fastest speed and continuously swept through the weeds and forests, waking up many low-level spirit beasts. However, they only felt a gust of wind blow past them and didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, so they went back to sleep. This speed should be even faster than a mid-level mystic cultivator and comparable to a high-level mystic cultivator. As long as I don't meet a wind attribute martial artist, no one will be able to stop me, Ling Xiao said confidently as he ran. Half a day later, Ling Xiao arrived at a valley. Just as he approached, waves of wolf howls came from within the valley. "Now that I'm here, I know how to go. However, before that, I'll get some wolf meat to taste first," Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the valley in front of him. Then he strode into the valley. Just as Ling Xiao entered, a few pairs of cold eyes appeared from the weeds. Ling Xiao was immediately alerted, but he wasn't in a hurry and continued forward. Before long, he saw some tattered clothes and a few broken human limbs on the ground. It seemed that someone had been attacked by a spirit beast. This kind of thing often happened in the mountain range. If it wasn't humans killing spirit beasts, then spirit beasts would eat humans. This was the law of survival in the forest. Just as Ling Xiao walked into the depths of the valley, there were already more than 10 cold eyes gathered behind him. "A woo!" A wolf howled and took the lead to pounce at Ling Xiao from the side. A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he swung his sword. With a flash of blue light, the wolf that was pouncing at him was immediately cut in half. Following that, more than 10 mid-level first-level wind wolves charged out from behind Ling Xiao. Each one of them was nearly 2 meters long, and their eyes were bloodthirsty and their fangs could be seen. Step by step, they advanced towards Ling Xiao, as if they didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright after their comrade had been killed. If it was a normal high-level profound practitioner that encountered so many wind wolves, it would indeed be difficult for them to escape death. However, since they were looking for Ling Xiao, they could only wait to be killed. Ling Xiao brandished his blade and sword as he licked his lips, just in time for me to practice. Following that, Ling Xiao didn't wait for the wind wolves to pounce at him and instead brandished his blade and sword as he charged towards them. The wind wolves had also been enraged, and the ones at the very front opened their mouths wide as they bit towards Ling Xiao. "Come at me!" Ling Xiao shouted as the blue crystal sword in his hand trembled, and countless rays of dazzling sword light shot out. In an instant, the wind wolves that had charged at him were killed in a single strike. Another few fearless wind wolves pounced towards Ling Xiao, their sharp claws flashing with a sinister aura. Anyone who was scratched would lose a large chunk of flesh, or even lose their life. Ling Xiao's battle intent surged as he brandished his blade and sword, stirring up layers of dust as he charged towards the wind wolves. Not a single wind wolf was able to even touch Ling Xiao's clothes before their heads were chopped off or their bodies pierced by the sword light. In less than 15 minutes, the ground was littered with the corpses of more than 10 wind wolves, and only Ling Xiao was untainted by even a speck of dust as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Mid-level first-level wind wolves weren't worth much overall, but to most adventurers, they could be considered a small fortune. Furthermore, with so many wind wolves, the total income would be quite considerable. However, Ling Xiao wasn't the slightest bit interested in this. His bag wasn't big, and there was a limit to what he could carry. Of course, he had to keep more valuable items. Ling Xiao carried a wind wolf and found a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. He started a fire and prepared to roast the wolf's meat. After eating the wolf's meat, Ling Xiao was somewhat dissatisfied. Low-level spirit beast meat has so little Xian energy. I've already eaten a few kilograms, but I've only absorbed a few strands of Xian energy. How boring! Ever since entering the mountain range, Ling Xiao had been eating spirit beast meat. Based on his understanding during this period of time, he learned that the lower the rank of the spirit beast he ate, the less Xian energy he would absorb, while the higher the rank of the spirit beast he ate, the more Xian energy he would absorb. After resting for a while, Ling Xiao continued on his way, encountering a few more wind wolves along the way. Of course, they all died under his blade, but he only met 2 high-tier first-level wind wolves. Before nightfall, Ling Xiao had already reached the belly of Wolf Fang Valley. After eating the high-tier wind wolf meat, Ling Xiao climbed up a large tree that required several people to wrap their arms around it to rest. This was to prevent spirit beasts from attacking him while he was resting, so it was safer on the tree than on the ground. Ling Xiao sat on the largest tree branch and began to meditate. He had just broken through to a high-tier profound practitioner, so he needed to consolidate his cultivation as soon as possible. In the middle of the night, Ling Xiao was startled awake by the howls of wind wolves. Damn it, did these wolves eat aphrodisiacs? They've been howling non-stop all night. Can't they let me sleep? Ling Xiao's mind was disturbed, and he could no longer meditate peacefully. He couldn't help but open his eyes and curse. Feeling bored and lazy, Ling Xiao took out some wolf meat and began to eat. After a few bites, Ling Xiao looked down the tree and couldn't help but widen his eyes, his expression becoming one of shock. Damn it, there are so many wind wolves, what's going on? Chapter 62. Ling Xiao lay on a branch in the middle of a towering tree, his expression changing as he looked at the 500 or so high-level first-stage wind wolves. With so many wind wolves, even mystic warriors could only flee at the mere sight of them. Are they here to settle the score with me? Ling Xiao thought worriedly. Ling Xiao braced himself and prepared to flee through the trees. Suddenly, the 500 high-level first-stage wind wolves howled at the sky, and Ling Xiao did not dare to move recklessly. Then, the 500 high-level first-stage wind wolves parted to form a path, and 8 3-meter-long wind wolves walked out. These 8 wind wolves had arrogant expressions and bared their fangs. They were tall and mighty, and the aura of a superior made the 500 high-level first-stage wind wolves kneel on the ground, as if they were servants meeting a general. These 8 wind wolves were actually not lower than the second-order Loter. They were comparable to the strength of a low-tier mystic warrior. 3 of them even had the strength of a second-order mid-tier. Such a lineup would be terrifying no matter where it was, and ordinary mercenary groups would be dismembered if they encountered them. The 8 wind wolves lined up in a row and howled at the sky. Awoo! The howls were continuous and loud, scaring the nearby low-level birds and beasts into a frenzy. Even some of the smaller mercenary groups and adventurers were terrified. What's going on? Why are there so many wolves howling? It's a full moon tonight. Is there a werewolf in human form? What are you guessing? It's definitely the Wolf King Dan Sheng. 100 wolves wave, Wolf King Dan Sheng. How can you be sure? I've read in an ancient book that an ancestor encountered such a situation. According to the records, once a wolf leader becomes a high-level wolf and defeats many others, he will be crowned as the Wolf King. In such a situation, all the wolves will be gathered to witness the Wolf King's ascension. It's said that an ancestor encountered tens of thousands of wolves gathering to witness the Wolf King Dan Sheng. This is known as the Wolf King Dan Sheng. However, there won't be that many wolves in the outskirts of the mountain range, at most 2,000 to 3,000, and their ranks aren't high either. I believe this Wolf King's rank isn't that high either. I see. Should we go and take a look? If you want to die, then go ahead, idiot. After the 8 wolf leaders arrived, a wind wolf of a different color than the others slowly walked out of the tunnel. This wind wolf was also 3 meters long. It was ferocious, muscular, and handsome. Unlike other wind wolves, it had golden fur that was like needles, making it seem like the king of wolves. Its sharp fangs and sinister eyes all displayed its ferocity and strength. The golden wind wolf walked to the center and looked around at the wolves lying on the ground. It raised its head high and looked down on the world, looking down on the wolves. Only the 8 Type 2 wind wolves had a ferocious glint in their eyes, their claws constantly scraping the ground, their fighting spirits high. The golden wind wolf glanced at the 8 wind wolves, its eyes filled with disdain. Then, it raised its head to the sky and howled. The wolf's howl was impassioned, shaking the heavens and earth. Its aura was actually not weaker than the howl of the 8 wolves. As soon as the howl stopped, 2 low-tier Type 2 wind wolves pounced impatiently. Their speed was shocking, and in an instant, they appeared in front of the golden wind wolf. Their front claws viciously swiped at the golden wind wolf from different directions. The golden wind wolf shook its golden fur, and a ball of golden light spread out. It also began to move, its speed even faster than the other 2 wind wolves. It charged towards the wind wolf on the left, one of its front claws drawing a golden light as it clashed with the wind wolf's claws. The wind wolf on the left let out a blood-curdling howl as its 3-meter-long body was ruthlessly sent flying. It crashed into a large tree before coming to a stop and spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, it was still able to crawl back up. The wind wolf on the right took the opportunity to claw at the golden wind wolf's neck. As long as it was hit by those sharp claws, the golden wind wolf would not have a good time. However, this golden wind wolf was not an ordinary wind wolf. It reacted extremely quickly, turning around and leaping, biting down on the wind wolf's abdomen. The wind wolf endured the pain and clawed at the golden wind wolf. This was a method that would injure both sides. However, its claw didn't cause much damage to the golden wind wolf. It was bitten by the golden wind wolf, and a piece of wolf flesh was forcibly bitten off. The bloody wound was extremely frightening. The wind wolf retreated in pain, but the golden wind wolf wasn't willing to give up. It instantly pounced forward and sent the wind wolf flying with a swipe of its claws. The wind wolf that had just crawled up couldn't help but become timid. It actually didn't dare to come forward, and instead retreated. The golden wind wolf was still unsatisfied. It chased after it again, using its head to viciously ram the timid wind wolf. The wind wolf was sent flying again like a cannonball. Only now did the golden wind wolf let out a long howl in satisfaction. The 500 wolves nearby all looked at the golden wind wolf with deep reverence in their eyes. Right at this moment, Another 3 low-level wind wolves pounced at the golden wind wolf. These 3 low-level wind wolves were clearly stronger than the previous 2. Their speed was much faster, and their strength was probably at the peak of low-level second order. As long as they had enough time, breaking through to mid-level second order wouldn't be a problem. The golden wind wolf's fighting spirit was at its peak. Its golden fur stood on end, and it bared its fangs as it charged at the 3 wind wolves. The 4 wolves mixed in with the golden wind wolf. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the 3 low-level wind wolves and the golden wind wolf was too great. They didn't cause much damage to the golden wind wolf. They were bitten by the golden wind wolf, and they didn't dare to continue fighting. The other 3 mid-level second-order wind wolves also entered the fray. These 3 mid-level second-order wind wolves were much stronger than the previous few wind wolves. Their combined attacks caused the golden wind wolf to be bitten and scratched several times. One of the mid-tier wind wolves managed to grab a chunk of the golden wind wolf's flesh, and the golden wind wolf retaliated with a bite. The other 2 mid-tier wind wolves took advantage of this opportunity to surround the golden wind wolf and tear it apart. A whir! The golden wind wolf's kingly might was challenged, and after it forced one of the wind wolves back, it let out a long howl. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred on its body. The fur in the middle of the wolf's head slowly split open, revealing a 3rd wolf's eye. This wolf's eye was even more sinister and frightening than the other 2, and the entire golden wind wolf seemed extremely strange. In that moment, the 3 mid-level wind wolves all revealed a hint of fear. The 5 low-level wind wolves and the 1st-level wind wolf all lay on the ground, motionless, and only looked up at the golden wind wolf. Holy shit, what's going on? It's actually an extremely rare 3-eyed wind wolf. No, it should be a mutated 3-eyed wind wolf. Ling Xiao also noticed the golden wind wolf's transformation, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ling Xiao had already read a lot about this continent in the Ling family's inner courtyard, and he had read even more about spirit beasts. With one look, he could tell that this wind wolf in front of him was different from the others. It would be great to have this wind wolf as a mount. AI, what a pity! A strong desire immediately arose in Ling Xiao's heart, and he hoped to capture this mutated 3-eyed wind wolf. However, he also knew that his strength was limited, and he was afraid that before he could subdue it, he would be dismembered. The golden wind wolf opened its 3rd eye, and its aura swelled by several times. The golden light around its body grew even brighter. One of the mid-level wind wolves howled, and the 3 wolves attacked together once again. Suddenly, the golden wind wolf's 3rd eye flashed with a dazzling ball of light, directly attacking the 3 mid-level wind wolves. When the 3 mid-level wind wolves came into contact with the ball of light, their bodies actually froze, and their fierce eyes began to slacken. Their aura and fighting spirit seemed to disappear in an instant. The golden wind wolf took this opportunity to pounce at the 3 mid-level wind wolves, tearing at them. Immediately after, the 3 mid-level wind wolves howled, and their voices seemed to be pleading for mercy. After a while, the golden wind wolf stopped attacking, and its 3rd eye closed up, as if it had never been there. The golden wind wolf let out a long howl, and all the other wind wolves followed suit. All the wind wolves in Wolf Fong Valley prostrated themselves on the ground, howling softly, their expressions excited and joyous. A wave of 10,000 wolves, Wolf King Dan Sheng. After the golden wolf king closed its 3rd eye, it slowly collapsed to the ground, as if that attack had drained it of all its strength. The 8 Type 2 wind wolves propped up their injured bodies and walked up to the golden wolf king, licking its wounds. The golden wolf king responded with a low growl. After a while, the golden wolf king slowly stood up, and with a howl, the 500 or so high-level wind wolves retreated. Only the 8 Class 2 wind wolves and the golden wolf king were left. The 9 wind wolves seemed to be communicating with each other, growling nonstop. After a while, the 8 wind wolves also reluctantly left the golden wolf king. Even the heavens are helping me. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim when he saw this. After all the wind wolves had left, the golden wolf king slowly made its way deeper into Wolf Fong Valley, its long shadow seeming extremely lonely. As the leader of the pack of wolves, Although it could summon a pack of wolves, it could not form a pack like the other wolves. Its identity was different. Other than its wolf concubine, it would not have any other wolf companions. Wolves were extremely prideful spiritual beasts, so it was destined to be a lonely path to becoming a king. The Golden Wolf King had been through a series of battles, and was already exhausted. Even its perception was much weaker, and it did not know that there was a figure in the tree behind it. Tree after tree, Ling Xiao leaped and leaped, chasing the Golden Wolf King all the way to its cave. Seeing that the Golden Wolf King was about to enter, Ling Xiao sped towards it like a great rock. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King sensed something, and immediately turned around, baring its fangs. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless, and immediately used a blade technique, gathering all his Xianxia, and a huge blade light slash towards the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King could not dodge in time, and its huge body was slashed. It took a few steps back, and a bloody wound appeared. Ling Xiao pointed his blade at the Golden Wolf King, and said coldly, "Submit to me or die." Chapter 63. Faced with the sudden appearance of a human, the Golden Wind Wolf, as the Alpha Wolf, did not show any signs of fear. Instead, it opened its huge, bloody mouth, revealing a pair of sinister, sharp fangs, and pounced directly at Ling Xiao. After battling 8 low-tier second-order wind wolves, the Golden Wolf King was at its weakest, and its speed was much slower than before. Ling Xiao laughed, "Looks like you won't know what to do if I don't teach you a lesson." Ling Xiao could tell that this Golden Wolf King was a mutated three-eyed wind wolf, and it would definitely grow into a terrifying high-tier wolf king in the future. It would be a great help to him, and he had an unprecedented desire to land this Golden Wolf King as a mount. Right now, this Golden Wind Wolf was only at high-tier second order, and had yet to reach the third-order stage of intelligence. However, Ling Xiao believed that it already possessed intelligence, and as long as he displayed enough strength to defeat it, he would definitely be able to subdue it. Just like the 2 mid-tier second-order black bears he had met a few days ago, as long as he displayed enough sincerity, he would be able to gain their trust. Ling Xiao knew that he would not be as strong as this Wolf King in a head-on fight, so he could only rely on speed. Now that the Wolf King was not injured, Ling Xiao would not dare to stroke its whiskers even if he had 100 guts. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, Ling Xiao and the Wolf King were too far apart. Right now, Ling Xiao knew that the Wolf King was at its weakest, and if he did not subdue it now, he might not have the chance in the future. Ling Xiao spread his body, dodging the Wolf King's pounce, and swung the hilt of his blade at the Wolf King. The Wolf King was attacked once more, and it howled in pain. It felt as if its dignity as a Wolf King had been insulted. This damned human actually dared to hit it when it was down. The Wolf King adjusted its body and opened its bloody mouth, sending a bolt of golden light towards Ling Xiao like lightning. "Damn, it's still so fierce." Ling Xiao cried out, leaping into the air to avoid the attack. The silver ghost blood blade in his hand continued to smash at the wounds on the Wolf King's body. The newly crowned Golden Wind Wolf was really unlucky. It had just successfully seized the throne, but now it was being slashed by an ordinary human. It could not help but arouse its most primitive ferocity. It took a hit and then used its head to hit Ling Xiao's chest. Instantly, Ling Xiao flew out like a cannonball, directly crashing into a large tree trunk before stopping. The Wolf King was even more intelligent. It took advantage of the situation and pounced forward again. Its sharp claws went straight for Ling Xiao's face. "Fuck, you're forcing me to injure you." Ling Xiao had only just crawled up when he saw the claw coming at him. He had no choice but to get serious, directly slashing out with his blade. The wolf paw was slashed by Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was forced back a few steps. The Wolf King retracted its paw in pain and kept licking its injured front paw. Seeing this, Ling Xiao thought to himself, "It looks like I'll have to bleed it a bit more before it'll listen." Making up his mind, he sheathed his blade and unsheathed the blue crystal sword. He leaned forward quickly, sword light shining brightly. Sword trace. Countless sword images swept towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King opened its mouth to unleash another elemental attack, but unfortunately, its third eye had used up all of its energy. It had just barely managed to use it once, and now it could no longer use any elemental attacks. It could only turn and run. You want to run? It won't be that easy. Ling Xiao saw through the Wolf King's intentions and increased his speed. The sword light still managed to reach the wolf's tail, directly cutting it off. Woo-eh! The Wolf King howled in grief. At that moment, 3 wind wolves ran out of the cave and ran directly to the Wolf King, licking its wounds. It was obvious at a glance that these 3 wind wolves were the Wolf King's concubines. These 3 wind wolves were about 2 meters long, and should only be at the peak of the first level. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them, but he knew that if he didn't finish the battle quickly, it would be troublesome if the Wolf King summoned more wolves. Before the 3 wind wolves could attack, Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack. This time, Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. The 3 wind wolves sensed the danger and quickly dodged. Wind wolves were born with the wind attribute, so they were naturally faster than most spirit beasts. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless after failing to gain the upper hand. He drew out the silver ghost blood saber again and joined the sword and saber together. He launched the strongest move he could use at the moment, Shadowless Saber, Traceless Sword, and attacked the Wolf King. The Wolf King was still licking its severed tail. To a wolf, this was its proudest symbol. Now that it was severed, how could it not be sad? The Wolf King didn't have time to react and took the full brunt of Ling Xiao's attack. Its entire body was sent flying, and its golden fur was cut off in many places. There were more than 10 wounds on its body, and it didn't even have the strength to crawl back up. Ling Xiao wasn't in a good state either. Although he'd managed to hit the Wolf King, the 3 wind wolves had clawed at his back. Several bloody wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed freely. Hiss! Ling Xiao's face contorted as he sucked in a breath of cold air. If it weren't for the fact that he'd cultivated the 5 transformations of Vajra, which made him especially resistant to pain, he would have collapsed by now. The 3 wind wolves' hatred for Ling Xiao grew when they saw the Wolf King howling. They once again pounced at Ling Xiao, their mouths wide open as if they wanted to eat Ling Xiao alive. This young master will send you on your way together. Ling Xiao endured the pain and swung his sword once more. 1 silver and 1 blue, 2 streaks of light cut into the 3 wind wolves' mouths. The 3 wind wolves were all killed by Ling Xiao's sword and saber. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the 3 dead wind wolves. He quickly swallowed 2 pills and then strode over to the Wolf King. The Wolf King was covered in wounds, and there were traces of its own blood all around it. Even so, when it saw Ling Xiao walk over, it still glared at him fiercely. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness, as if it was saying, "If I hadn't been injured, how could I have been injured by a damned human like you? Surrender to me or die." Ling Xiao walked over to the Wolf King and asked coldly. The Wolf King growled and then tried to get up to fight back. Unfortunately, after standing up a little, it fell back down. "Looks like you'll have to suffer a bit more," Ling Xiao said. He put away his sword and clenched his fists, smashing the Wolf King's wounds. "Will you surrender or not? Will you surrender or not?" What a tragedy for the Wolf King. The wounds all over its body were still bleeding, and it was constantly being bombarded. Its body kept twisting, and its mouth kept screaming, "Woo!" Ling Xiao only stopped after a long while. He stared at the Wolf King and asked, "Will you surrender or not?" This time, the Wolf King simply closed its eyes as if telling Ling Xiao, "If you want me to surrender, then I'd rather die." "Good, you have guts." Ling Xiao gave the Wolf King a thumbs up and then pulled out his blue crystal sword. "This young master will grant you your wish. I'll let you suffer 1,000 cuts before you die. Let's see if you can handle it." Ling Xiao swung his sword, and a piece of wolf meat flew out. "Whoa." The Wolf King instantly opened its eyes and let out a pained howl. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. He swung his sword again, and another piece of wolf meat flew out. "One last chance, will you surrender or not?" Ling Xiao stabbed his sword into the Wolf King's front paw and asked for the last time. Ling Xiao knew that these spirit beasts were wild and hard to tame. Furthermore, they hadn't reached the 3rd level yet, so they wouldn't be able to understand him. Thus, he didn't have the patience to waste any more time. If he attracted the attention of the Wolf King, he'd be in trouble. This time, the Wolf King didn't dare to raise its proud head. Instead, it revealed a timid expression and opened its mouth slightly. Ling Xiao thought that the Wolf King was making a final attack and was about to kill it. Suddenly, he saw that what the Wolf King spat out wasn't an attack, but a shining beast core the size of half a fist. This is the legendary beast core of a spirit beast. But, isn't it something that only third-level spirit beasts can condense? Ling Xiao stared blankly at the beast core floating in front of him as he muttered to himself. According to the records, most first to second-level spirit beasts didn't have a beast core. Only third-level spirit beasts could condense a beast core. Once a beast core was formed, it would begin to gain intelligence and understand how to swallow the aura of heaven and earth, making it easier for them to cultivate. Now, this Wolf King was only at the high second level, but it was able to condense a beast core. How could this not shock Ling Xiao? Could it be that this variant three-eyed wind wolf is a high-level spirit beast? Ling Xiao wondered. Normally, spirit beasts would only condense a beast core at the third level, but spirit beasts were also divided into different levels. Some high-level spirit beasts, such as the legendary dragon and phoenix divine beasts, these spirit beasts were born with a beast core. These spirit beasts belonged to the highest level of spirit beasts. They evolved faster than ordinary spirit beasts, and their growth was also the reason why they were the strongest. Who cares, I'll take it first. Ling Xiao's gaze became heated. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the Wolf King's beast core. Once the beast core was stained with a human's blood, the spirit beast would follow the human for life and become the human's most loyal beast slave. If the human died, the spirit beast would definitely not survive. But if the spirit beast died, the human would not be affected. This was the most common method of signing a contract between master and servant in the Spirit Xian continent. Of course, in the future, when the relationship between the human and the spirit beast became very good, he could also help the spirit beast dissolve this contract. He only needed to make the spirit beast spit out the beast core and drip another drop of blood onto it to offset each other. After Ling Xiao dripped his blood onto the beast core, an indescribable feeling surged into his mind. It was as if he had formed some kind of intimate relationship with the Wolf King in an instant. The Wolf King slowly swallowed the beast core, and its eyes looked at Ling Xiao. There was no longer any fierceness in them, only a pitiful, human-like light. Respected master. Such a question actually appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. Ling Xiao was startled at first, but then he looked at the Wolf King and asked, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, master." The Wolf King nodded its head and transmitted its thoughts once again. "Damn, this is too cool. We can actually talk wirelessly." Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in delight. "Master, don't be too happy just yet. If you don't heal me, I'll die." "Oh, my dear Xiao Jin, you have to hold on. I went through a lot of trouble to subdue you, so you have to hold on. I'll heal you right now." Chapter 64. Desolate looked down from the border between the mountain range's periphery and the mountain range's inner depths. A ravine-like abyss separated the two worlds, as if it was cleaved open by an ancient demonic god's blade or sword. It seemed extremely terrifying and profound. In a valley that was closest to the heavenly trench, the dense forest was filled with dense fog. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it was draped with a white gauze coat. It was like a paradise on earth, appearing extremely sacred and mysterious. From the outside, most people would be mesmerized by this beautiful mountain fog, but mercenaries and adventurers who knew about this valley would shrink back. This valley was called the Illusion Valley. Its name came from the fact that this place was filled with fog all year round, causing mercenaries and adventurers who entered the valley to be unable to find their way out. In the end, they would be trapped alive in the valley, hence the name Illusion Valley. There was a saying that once one entered the Illusion Valley, 9 out of 10 would die. Originally, this Illusion Valley was rarely visited, but now there were many figures at the foot of the mountain. The person in the lead wore a green armor. He had a rough appearance and an extremely imposing figure. A powerful aura surrounded him. This person was the leader of the Green Wolves, Green Wolf. Beside him stood a lean man with fiery hair. He had a long dagger axe on his back and emitted a scorching aura from time to time. This person was one of the two vice leaders of the Green Wolves, Fire Wolf. His strength was second only to Green Wolf, and he had just broken through to the high-level mystic realm not long ago. Behind the two of them were 3 mystic knight rank experts with extraordinary strength. Shockingly, one of them was Jin Lang, who had fought Ling Zhao's group earlier, and the other 2 were the captains of the Azure Wolf group's 2 main squads. There were a few dozen people following behind them, and all of them possessed the strength of low-level profound practitioners at the very least. The Azure Wolf group was the largest mercenary group in Meteor City. They had several Mystic Knight rank experts and more than 500 mercenaries following them, allowing them to have strength comparable to a small family. However, the large mercenary group only had a few dozen people left. All of this was caused by the secret realm map. First, Black Wolf died in Fragrance Inn. Green Wolf took revenge for his brother and led a group to attack the Cold Snake mercenary group, whose strength was second only to theirs. Although the Green Wolves group had managed to kill over 200 mercenaries from the Cold Snakes group, they had also paid a heavy price. However, this was not the worst. The worst was the loss of 3 low-level mystic cultivators. Other than Hei Lang, Ardwolf's unexpected death made Qing Lang's heart ache. One of them was killed by Leng Shi from the Cold Snake mercenary group, and the other was killed by a group of spirit beasts while chasing after Leng Shi and his sister. It was because of this brother's sacrifice that they managed to escape from the attack of the spirit beasts. In the end, there was only a small group of people left. Fire Wolf, are you sure they entered the Illusion Valley? Green Wolf asked coldly. The Fire Wolf beside him replied, "That's right. Yesterday, I saw them enter the Illusion Valley with my own eyes. This Illusion Valley is filled with dense fog, so I didn't dare to go deeper. That's why I waited for the leader to decide." Black Wolf frowned and looked at the misty valley with a gloomy expression, causing him to sink into deep thought. After a while, he said faintly, "Gold Wolf and the other brothers, stay here. If you find anyone approaching or appearing from the valley, kill them without mercy. Fire Wolf, Wan Chong and Captain Wan Qing, follow me into the valley." The people behind Green Wolf replied in unison. Gold Wolf, who was left behind, was a little depressed at first, but after Green Wolf and the others entered the Illusion Valley, a faint smile appeared on his face, and an ambitious desire arose in his heart. In the Illusory Valley, 2 wretched figures were entangled with a spirit beast. The man was the leader of the Cold Snake mercenary group, Leng Shi, and the woman was his sister, Wei Dai, who was known as the Beautiful Snake. The beast they were fighting was a Type 2 high-tier pangolin. This pangolin was extremely short, only 2 meters long. It had a thin and flat head, a long sharp mouth, and an extremely bloated body. It looked extremely strange, and its body was covered in thick armor that overlapped with each other. It was as hard as swords and spears to break it. The pangolin was one of the spirit beasts that was not affected by the fog. If they wanted to leave the Illusion Valley, they only needed to burrow into the ground and leave through the belly of the mountain. In this kind of environment, it was the most convenient for the pangolin to hunt its prey. The moment Leng Shi and Wei Dai entered the Illusion Valley, they lost their way. In this pitch-black valley, it was extremely difficult to find any direction. They did not want to enter the Illusion Valley, but there were pursuers behind them, and the temptation of the mystic realm in front of them. As long as they passed through the Illusion Valley, they would be able to reach the mystic realm. Therefore, they had no choice but to take the risk and enter the Illusion Valley with the thought of seeking riches amidst danger. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the harsh environment of the Illusion Valley. Other than the layers of fog, there were also various kinds of spirit beasts. These spirit beasts lived in the Illusion Valley all year round, and they knew this place like the back of their hands. They could come and go as they pleased, and they did not seem to be affected by the fog. The pangolin that ambushed them was already the 6th spirit beast to attack them. If it was not for Leng Shi's powerful strength, the 2 of them would have died. The defense of the pangolin was amazing, and weapons below the middle tier of the second level would not be able to cause any damage to it. However, its attack power was not strong, which was why it was unable to kill the Xianxia siblings after fighting for an hour. Little sister, don't attack its body anymore, attack its eyes. After a long battle, Xianxia realized that in order to defeat the pangolin, they had to blind its eyes. Only then would they be able to get rid of the pangolin. The two of them gave up on attacking the pangolin's body, and switched to using their strong fire skills to attack the pangolin's small eyes. Sure enough, after the pangolin released a series of earthy yellow rays to counteract the attacks, its eyes were burned by the fire, and it had no choice but to escape underground. When Wei Dai saw that the pangolin had escaped, her legs immediately turned to jelly, and she sat on the ground. Her delicate hands kept on her soft breasts, and she breathed rapidly. Xianxia, who was at the side, was also sweating profusely. He came in front of Wei Dai, helped her up, and said, "Little sister, don't rest first, that pangolin might be under us. Wait for the pangolin to move again, let's find a place to rest first." Wei Dai nodded obediently and climbed up with difficulty. Then she found a big tree and jumped up, hiding on top of it to rest. Just as the two of them were relaxed, Xiaxia's expression tightened. He raised his eyebrows, and his sword pierced towards Wei Dai's direction. Wei Dai was shocked. She thought that her brother was going to kill her, so she closed her eyes and waited for her death. However, she didn't feel any pain. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that there was a long snake as thick as an arm in her brother's hand. Xianxia cut open the snake's abdomen, took out the snake's gallbladder, and handed it to Wei Dai, saying, "Little sister, as a qualified mercenary, you can't let your guard down at any time, especially when you are at your weakest. You have to be even more vigilant at all times, or else we won't even know how we died." Wei Dai heaved a sigh of relief, took the snake's gallbladder, and nodded, "Big brother, I understand." She and her brother had depended on each other since young, and her brother had taken good care of her since she was young. She couldn't believe that her brother would kill her, but it turned out that her brother was trying to save her. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards her brother. Wei Dai washed the snake's gallbladder with clean water, and then swallowed it directly into her stomach. A ball of heat made her feel comfortable, and she felt much better. "Big brother, I'm sorry. If it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have ended up like this," Wei Dai said to Xianxia with red eyes. Xianxia smiled. "Things have come to an end, and there's no point in talking anymore. We must find the secret realm, and when we get out, it will be the day the Green Wolves regiment perishes." Xianxia's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, and a fire of vengeance burned in his heart. Wei Dai nodded heavily. "Big brother is right, we must live for our dead brothers, and we must personally kill those bastards from the Green Wolves regiment. For now, let's forget about those things. The most important thing now is to pass through the Illusion Valley as soon as possible. Since someone was able to enter and exit from here, there must be a path that we don't know of," Xianxia said calmly. Wei Dai's eyes lit up when she heard her brother's words. 2 days later, in a valley not far from the Illusion Valley, a young man with a tiger skin wrapped around his upper body, a saber and a sword hanging on his back, and a stalk of hay in his mouth. He rode on a handsome golden wind wolf. The only unfortunate thing was that the wind wolf's tail was broken, and there were many scars on its body. The scars had already started to swell, but it still affected its overall beauty. The young man and the wolf leisurely walked on the mountain path, and some of the low-grade spiritual beasts that smelled the wind wolf's aura fled in fear. "Xiaojin, how much longer do you think it will take to reach the Illusion Valley?" The young man sitting on the wind wolf asked lazily. The wind wolf used its consciousness to transmit a message. "If we run at full speed, we should be able to reach in half a day." "Then hurry up and bring me there," the young man urged. "Master, I'm hungry again. Can you get me something to eat first?" the wind wolf asked with a gloomy face. "You glutton, you've already eaten 5 antelopes, 3 saber-toothed tigers, and 2 snakes these past 2 days. Isn't that enough?" The young man unhappily patted the wind wolf's head. The wind wolf replied innocently, "To recover from my injuries, of course I have to eat more." It paused for a moment, then raised its eyes and said, "Master, there's a powerful fellow in front of us, and its strength is about the same as mine. However, this is its territory, so I'm afraid we're not its match." The young man became vigilant and asked, "What's its background?" "It's a giant flower lizard," the wind wolf replied. Then it cried out, "Oh no, master, we've been discovered." "Then why aren't you running?" The young man anxiously patted the wolf's head. However, just as he finished speaking, a group of giant lizards that resembled both snakes and dragons appeared in front of them. There were close to 100 of them, and each of them was 5 to 6 meters long. Their bodies were covered with patterns, and they looked extremely ferocious and mysterious. The giant flower lizard in the lead was 8 meters long, and it swallowed its long tongue. It glared at the young man and the wolf with its huge eyes, sending a strong signal of hostility. The young man nervously asked the wind wolf, "What is it saying?" The wind wolf bared its fangs at the giant flower lizard as it sent a message. "It says that this is its territory, and it wants us to leave immediately. Otherwise, it'll eat us." The young man thought for a moment before saying, "Tell it that we're just passing by and have no ill intentions. Let's see if it'll let us pass." The wind wolf understood, and it continuously growled at the giant flower lizard. After the two spiritual beasts communicated for a while, the wind wolf finally sent a message to the young man. "It says that it's fine, but it forbids us from eating any of the giant flower lizards or picking any of the spiritual plants here." The young man smiled. "Promise it that we won't destroy a single blade of grass or tree here." He thought to himself, "This ugly little lizard is pretty smart, and it saves me a lot of trouble." Chapter 65. Ling Xiao was sitting on top of the golden wind wolf. Ever since he had subdued the golden wolf king, he had been in an extremely good mood. He had ridden the golden wolf king all the way from Wolf Fong Valley to the giant flower lizard's territory. With the golden wolf king's powerful aura, none of the spirit beasts dared to block its path. Instead, as soon as they smelled the golden wolf king's aura, they hurriedly scurried away. Furthermore, the golden wolf king was extremely familiar with the outskirts of the mountain range, so it didn't need Ling Xiao to take the route. As soon as Ling Xiao mentioned the illusionary valley, the golden wolf king took a shortcut with Ling Xiao, saving him a lot of time. What made Ling Xiao even happier was that he had obtained quite a few precious spirit grasses along the way, including 3 low-tier second spirit grasses. This was a bountiful harvest. Ling Xiao and his golden wolf king carefully passed through the giant flower lizard's territory under the watchful eyes of the giant flower lizard. The giant flower lizard kept its promise and didn't launch any sudden attacks. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh to himself. Communication between spirit beasts was truly convenient, and they were much cuter than humans. At the very least, they wouldn't go back on their word. After passing through the giant flower lizard's territory, the golden wolf king sent a telepathic message. "Master, that guy just said that 3 days ago, there were humans who passed by here. Some of them were eaten by them, and some of them escaped towards the illusion valley." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and sank into deep thought. Could it be that my good sister has already brought people to the illusionary valley? I wonder if they've already discovered the secret realm? The good sister, in Ling Xiao's heart, was naturally Wei Dyer, who he had met once before. "Xiao Jin, go at full speed and get to the illusionary valley as soon as possible." Ling Xiao shouted as if he was riding a horse. The golden wolf king felt wronged as it started running. "Master, I'm hungry." "Hungry my ass. I'll let you eat your fill once we get to the illusionary valley." Ling Xiao slapped the wolf's head. The golden wolf king had no choice but to run with all its might. It was as fast as lightning, much faster than Ling Xiao's cloud shadow. Half a day later, in front of the illusory valley, dozens of mercenaries from the Green Wolves mercenary group were gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Some were drinking and chatting, some were roasting meat, and some were cultivating alone. The golden wolf and a few high-level profound practitioners were roasting beast meat in a remote place while discussing something in a low voice. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Captain and the others have already entered the 3rd day, but there's still no sign of them. I'm afraid. Jean Lang said in a low voice, his eyes carefully observing the reactions of the few high-leveled profound practitioners. These high-level profound practitioners had pretty good prestige in the group, and they all had the potential to break through to the Mystic Knight rank. Jean Lang had been planning these past few days to pull them into the cage. If Qin Lang and the others really couldn't come out, the position of group leader would definitely belong to him. Although the Green Wolf Regiment was not as strong as it used to be, he believed that as long as he, the Golden Wolf, was around, they would be able to slowly recover their previous strength. A high-leveled profound practitioner sighed, once you fall into the illusion, there's a slim chance of survival. Captain is too impulsive. Another person said, although that's the case, Captain Feng escaped from here, so I believe that there must be a way out. Captain and the others will definitely be able to return smoothly. But we can't keep waiting like this. Everyone's water and wine are almost gone, and we don't know when the spirit beasts will come out to attack. Didn't we suddenly lose a few brothers last night? If this goes on, I'm afraid that we'll all die here before the captain and the others come out. Yeah, we really can't continue like this. But we can't disobey the captain's orders. If we leave without permission, when the captain comes out in the future, I'm afraid. When these words were said, everyone became silent. They had all seen Qin Lang's strength and methods. If they left without permission, it would be fine if Qin Lang died in the illusory valley, but if he could come out alive, they would probably not have a good ending. At this time, Qin Lang opened his mouth again. I have a good idea. Not only will the captain not blame us, but everyone can also leave safely now. Captain Jean, we'll listen to you. We'll do whatever you say. A high-leveled profound practitioner who had a good relationship with Jean Lang replied. The others all nodded in agreement. Currently, Jean Lang was the strongest here, and he was usually the third strongest person in the group. His words naturally had the most influence. Jean Lang whispered, since everyone listens to me, I suggest that we leave first and return to the relay station to rest. If the captain can come out and find us, I'll explain to the group that we were attacked by the giant flower lizards and that we had no choice but to leave. I believe that the captain won't blame us. Could it be that he wants us to be attacked by those giant flower lizards and die? Although we've lied to him, I'm doing this for the sake of everyone's safety. If you agree, then go and tell everyone else. If you don't agree, then just treat it as a fart. Everyone, continue to wait here for the leader and the others to come out. The few high-leveled profound practitioners fell silent for a while. The high-leveled profound practitioner who had responded to Jean Lang took the lead and said, I think Captain Jin's words are reasonable. Does the captain have the heart to let us wait here and die? The other high-level profound practitioners glanced at each other and nodded in succession. Jean Lang couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. At the same time, he prayed that Qin Lang and the others would not come out of the illusory valley. At this time, a cry of alarm came from not far away. Not good, there's a mountain pangolin. All of the Green Wolf mercenaries picked up their weapons and rushed towards the source of the cry. Jean Lang cursed inwardly at their bad luck. He had no choice but to be the first to say, let's go together. Then he took the lead and rushed over. The few high-leveled profound practitioners also hurriedly chased after him. A fat mountain pangolin's sharp mouth had pierced through a mercenary's body and was sucking the mercenary's flesh and blood. This was the mountain pangolin that had ambushed the cold snake siblings. The corner of its eyes still had scars left behind by them, and its body was also covered in sword wounds. However, none of them had injured any vital parts. Damned beast, die! The Golden Wolf took the lead, and his golden sword shot out a few rays of golden light towards the pangolin. Everyone knew that the mountain pangolin was slow and its attacks were weak, so Jean Lang wasn't afraid to fight it. The mountain pangolin flung its dried-up corpse, and a few clumps of mud came out of its mouth and collided with the golden light. Boom! At this time, the mountain pangolin took the opportunity to burrow into the ground. When it reappeared, it was already at the feet of a mercenary and dragged him into the ground. Ah! The mercenary only let out a scream before disappearing in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked and quickly found a tree to climb up. Damned bastard, he definitely came prepared. Jean Lang couldn't help but spit. When the mountain pangolin appeared again, it had no target to attack and had no choice but to burrow out of the ground and ram into a tree in an attempt to knock it down and let the people below come down. Jean Lang immediately spread out his body and attacked the mountain pangolin, slashing a few times on its body. Ding ding dang dang. The sword in his hand was a low-level second-tier weapon, but when it hit the mountain pangolin, other than making a series of clashing sounds, it couldn't cut into its flesh. The mountain pangolin's armor was comparable to a high-level second-tier weapon. If he could kill the mountain pangolin and obtain its armor, he could sell it for tens of thousands of gold coins. It was the best material to refine mid or even high-level second-tier gloves and armor. The mountain pangolin was attacked from behind and quickly swung its tail. Jean Lang couldn't retreat in time, and the tail fiercely smashed into his body, sending him flying more than 10 meters away and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone attacked together. "Kill this bastard!" A high-leveled profound practitioner cried out and slashed at the mountain pangolin with a large blade. The rest of the mercenaries jumped down from the trees and raised their weapons to attack the mountain pangolin. They had all experienced life and death and knew that at this moment, only by being united could they not be defeated one by one. The attacks of dozens of profound practitioner mercenaries were comparable to a few low-leveled profound practitioners, forcing the mountain pangolin to retreat step by step. It occasionally used its body and elemental attacks to take the lives of a few mercenaries. A sharp-eyed mercenary shouted, "Everyone quickly attack its eyes. It has an old injury." These words shocked all the mercenaries. One after another, sword rays, blade shadows, spears, attacked the mountain pangolin's eyes. The mountain pangolin let out a strange cry and immediately turned around to escape into the nearby hills. "Go away, let me do it." Jean Lang regained his breath and shouted loudly. His entire body bounced up, and the Xian energy in his body gathered on the tip of his sword. A powerful golden ray of light pierced towards the pangolin's eyes. GG. The mountain pangolin didn't have time to retreat into the ground this time and was injured by the golden light. Its sharp beak let out a sharp and ear-piercing sound. "It's blind!" Everyone worked together to chop it to death. Jean Lang's attack had succeeded, and he couldn't help shouting in excitement. The mercenaries' morale rose and attacked the mountain pangolin with all their strength. Although the mountain pangolin's defense was abnormal, it couldn't withstand the crazy attacks of so many weapons. Not long after, the mountain pangolin lost its direction and kept running around. It didn't know where to go into the belly of the mountain and was cut down by dozens of mercenaries. "Good job, everyone. Cut off this damned mountain pangolin's armor and keep its sharp beak. Everyone eat its meat. Once we're full, we'll go back and wait for the captain to return," Jean Lang commanded as he wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. His mood had become extremely heroic, as if he could already see the moment he became the captain. The mercenaries didn't want to stay here and wait. When they heard Jean Lang's shout, they immediately agreed in unison, "Go back and wait for the leader. Go back and wait for the leader." On a hill not far away, a man and a wolf were overlooking everything that had happened here. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Xiao Jin, why don't we go down and join in the fun?" The Golden Wolf King said, "Master, I should eat, or I won't have the strength to fight." "You glutton, you're so stupid. Isn't that mountain pangolin's meat the most delicious? Don't you want to eat it?" Ling Xiao patted the wolf's head and lightly scolded. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the Golden Wolf King revealed a greedy expression and said, "Master is right. I'll go down and snatch it." As soon as it said this, it immediately carried Ling Xiao down the hill. It's time for revenge." Ling Xiao looked at the mighty golden wolf and coldly smiled. Chapter 66. The mercenaries of the Green Wolf Gang used their weapons to quickly dissect the pangolin beast's corpse. Dozens of pieces of beast armor were piled up in front of the golden wolf, as well as a jaw that was as sharp as a sword. These were the most valuable parts of the pangolin beast. The golden wolf's eyes were filled with joy as he looked at the armor. It was as if he was looking at a huge fortune before him. "Captain Jean, look over there." A high-grade cultivator pointed in the direction Ling Xiao and the others had come from. The golden wolf came back to his senses and looked in the direction the high-grade profound practitioner was pointing. His heart trembled. It's actually that kid. How could he possibly have a spirit beast descend? I wonder if Lone Eagle is here? Solitary Eagle was stronger than him, and although he had the advantage in numbers, he didn't necessarily have the upper hand. That kid's methods were endless. When the Azure Wolf mercenaries saw Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King approaching, they immediately gathered around the Golden Wolf and waited for him to give the order. At the same time, they pointed at the man and the wolf. What kind of wolf is that? Why does it look like a wind wolf? It's just that it's gold instead of gray. It should be a mutated wind wolf. It looks like it's at least stage 2, and it's so strong. Are you stupid? How could a wind wolf above stage 2 be tamed by a youth? Maybe it's just a wild wolf that was raised since it was young. Have you seen such a big wild wolf before? It must be a spirit beast. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King arrived in front of them and smiled. It's a small world. We meet again, Golden Wolf. The Golden Wolf snorted. Brat, I didn't go look for you, but you still dared to come here. Do you really think my Azure Wolf mercenaries are vegetarians? He couldn't tell if Solitary Eagle was nearby, and the Golden Wolf King in front of him made him feel an oppressive fear. He couldn't believe that the youth in front of him could tame a stage 2 spirit beast. Ling Xiao looked at the Golden Wolf and the group behind him with disdain. I don't know if the Azure Wolves mercenaries are vegetarian, but I do know that you will die today. The rest of you should be tactful and leave, otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Ling Xiao noticed with a single glance that besides the Golden Wolf, all the others were at the profounder realm, and they weren't a threat to him. So what if there were many of them? It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill them one by one with his speed. However, he felt that it was better for him not to kill too much. Heaven was a place that cherished all living things. If these words were to be heard by the people he killed, they would probably vomit blood on the road to the Yellow Springs. Where did this wild kid come from? He's so arrogant. I'll kill you first. A high-level profounder shouted with displeasure, and then he raised his spear and stabbed it towards Ling Xiao. Old Yang, come back. Jin Lang stopped him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before Ling Xiao could give the order, the Golden Wolf King leaped up and bit down on the high-ranking profounder's head with its huge mouth. In an instant, the head exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. The Golden Wolf King seemed to be extremely hungry, and it actually swallowed the high-ranking profounder in a few bites. When Ling Xiao saw this, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. He heavily punched the wolf's head and scolded, "Disgusting fellow, you're not allowed to eat people in the future, you're only allowed to kill. Do you hear me?" The Golden Wolf King swallowed a mouthful of blood and transmitted a message. "Master, I'm too hungry, there's nothing I can do." Hungry? Hungry my ass. Once we get rid of this guy, there'll be a mountain piercer to eat. That big guy is enough to fill our stomachs. Ling Xiao said angrily. The Golden Wolf and the mercenaries behind him looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but be shocked. A high-level Xianxia practitioner was eaten in a single move. At this time, they were sure that this was a second-rank spirit beast, or else it wouldn't be so powerful. However, they really couldn't understand how a young man could defeat it. Could it be a spirit beast that had been raised since it was young? Was that even possible? Have you guys thought it over? I only have enmity with Jin Lang. If you guys stand on his side, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance to escape. My little Golden Wolf is very hungry. Ling Xiao lightly patted the Golden Wolf King's head as he spoke with a smile on his face. Those who didn't know Ling Xiao only thought that he was a kind and easygoing young man. Stop trying to incite people. We're all good brothers of the Azure Wolf group, and we'll live and die together. Everyone, don't be afraid of him, he's only a high-ranking profounder. I'll deal with this wolf. Let's see if this Golden Wolf is stronger, or if I, the Golden Wolf, is stronger. Jin Lang coldly snorted and then brandished his golden sword towards the Golden Wolf King. Go, Xiaojin. Get rid of this fellow who dares to steal your name, and then we'll eat. Ling Xiao jumped off the Golden Wolf King, allowing it to face the Golden Wolf King. A few days ago, the Golden Wolf King had used up all of its energy and was beaten half to death by Ling Xiao. However, the Golden Wolf King had eaten the dew-returning pill that Ling Xiao had given it, and its injuries had mostly recovered. Spirit beasts' recovery abilities were much faster than humans, and although the Golden Wolf King's strength hadn't recovered to its peak, it was more than enough to deal with the Golden Wolf King that was one rank lower than it. Even if they were at the same rank, spirit beasts were stronger than humans, with the exception of spirit beasts that weren't good at attacking. Let's attack together and get rid of that brat. Once he's dead, that spirit beast won't listen to him anymore. A high-ranking profounder shouted as he raised his sword and charged towards Ling Xiao. The moment he attacked, a few other mercenaries also attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. The others all focused their attention on the battle between their captain and the Golden Wolf King, because they all believed that the arrogant brat was dead for sure. The youth was only a high-ranking profounder, so how could he survive facing off against a high-ranking profounder and a few mid-ranking profounders? However, Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as them. In his eyes, these people were already dead. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, "Do you think I'm easy to bully? You just had to force this young master to start a massacre. What a sin." When the high-ranking profounder's sword slashed down, Ling Xiao's blue crystal sword was unsheathed, and with a flash of blue light, the sword fell. The body of the high-ranking profounder who had attacked Ling Xiao was immediately split into two, and blood splattered everywhere. The people who had followed behind immediately stopped in their tracks. They hadn't expected this youth to be so terrifying, and he had killed one of their high-ranking profounders with a single strike. Ling Xiao didn't stop after killing one person. His figure flashed, and the afterimages of his sword sped towards the others. They all brandished their weapons to resist and counterattack. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to waste any time here. He raised his speed to the extreme, and after a few strikes, none of the mercenaries survived. After killing these people, Ling Xiao didn't attack the mercenaries. Instead, he watched with interest as the Golden Wolf King killed the Golden Wolf. At this moment, the Golden Wolf waved his golden sword, and rays of golden light that resembled snakes and dragons continuously shot towards the Golden Wolf King. Boom! Boom! Countless dust flew up from the ground, and deep pits appeared one after another. Unfortunately, the Golden Wolf King's speed was as fast as lightning, and it dodged one after another. At the same time, it spat out balls of golden light towards the Golden Wolf. This light was even more dazzling than the Golden Wolf's profound energy, and the Golden Wolf dodged in an extremely sorry state. The Golden Wolf King took the opportunity to pounce, and its two front claws heavily smashed towards the Golden Wolf. The Golden Wolf King couldn't dodge in time, and its chest was scratched by the claws, leaving several bloody wounds. This time, he finally realized that this was definitely a Wolf King with the strength of a high-stage 2-second order. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. There was only one word in his mind: run. He didn't care about his stunned companions, and turned around to dash into the dense forest. "Xiao Jin, if you let him escape, you're not allowed to eat for a day," Ling Xiao immediately ordered. The Golden Wolf King howled angrily, "A whir!" Its huge body flashed, and a golden shadow disappeared on the spot, and chased after the Golden Wolf. The mercenaries at the scene all came back to their senses. The only mystic knight among them, their current leader, actually ran away without them, and they were extremely disappointed in the Golden Wolf. "Scram, while this young master is in a good mood," Ling Xiao impatiently shouted at the dozens of mercenaries. The mercenaries looked at the corpses around Ling Xiao, and some of them who were afraid of death started to retreat. In the end, fear won over everything, and they turned and ran without hesitation. Out of the dozens of mercenaries, only a dozen of them still didn't run. "While his spirit beast hasn't returned, let's kill him together, and then we'll split the beast armor and run." A high-stage profound practitioner took the lead and shouted. The beast armor of the mountain pangolin was a good thing, and the dozens of mercenaries all revealed greedy expressions, and raised their weapons to attack Ling Xiao. "Stubborn!" A fierce light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and his body moved again, the blue crystal sword in his hand once again blossoming with demonic sword light. Every time the sword light streaked across, a mercenary would lose his life. One sword, one life. He was like a god of death, reaping the lives of these mercenaries who didn't know when to advance or retreat. When he reached the last one, that mercenary was so scared that his legs trembled, and he couldn't help but kneel down and beg for mercy. "Young master, spare me. Young master, spare." Before he could finish his second sentence, the heads were already separated. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he sheathed the blue crystal sword. At this time, the Golden Wolf King also ran back with a corpse in its mouth. The Green Wolves mercenary group's leader, Golden Wolf, had fallen. Ling Xiao noticed that the Golden Wolf King's golden sword had disappeared and immediately ordered the Golden Wolf King to bring it back. Thus, he began to inspect the spoils of war. These dead mercenaries would more or less have returning pills and chi-nourishing pills, and he didn't have many left, so of course he had to treasure them. Other than collecting the pills, he also gathered the gold coins and weapons they had brought with them. If he brought them back to the city and sold them, it would be quite a bit of wealth. If he was alone, he might have to consider whether or not to bring these things. After all, it would be inconvenient to move around. But now that he had the Golden Wolf King as a mount, carrying these things wasn't a problem. The biggest harvest this time was the Golden Wolf King's low second-level gold sword, and the mountain pangolin's beast armor and sharp beak. These were the most valuable things. In order to make a great contribution to the Golden Wolf King, Ling Xiao decided to barbecue meat for it to eat, and not let it eat raw meat. Bursts of fragrant barbecued meat made the Golden Wolf King salivate non-stop. More than half of the several hundred kilograms of meat entered the Golden Wolf King's mouth. Ling Xiao also ate about 10 kilograms, and waves of powerful profound energy kept flowing into his dantian. As expected, the higher the level of the spirit beast's meat, the more profound energy was absorbed. Ling Xiao looked at the little mountain pangolin meat and couldn't help but feel pained. "You glutton, don't you know how to save more for me?" The Golden Wolf King felt wronged. With such a big body, it must have eaten a lot, but it seemed like it was only 70% full. After drying the remaining mountain pangolin meat, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King began to advance towards the Illusion Valley in front of them. Chapter 67. The Illusion Valley was covered in layers of fog all year round, and even the sunlight could not disperse the layers of white fog. This was the most mysterious valley in the outer area of the desolate mountain range, and no one had ever dug out how this valley was formed. There was once an adventurer who had broken through to the Spirit Master level and relied on his strength to pass through the Illusion Valley and enter the inner area of the desolate mountain range. Unfortunately, that adventurer never returned. Since then, very few people dared to step into the Illusion Valley, even if they were powerful Spirit Masters. However, not long ago, the Green Wolves Group and the Cold Snakes Group, two large mercenary groups, accidentally entered the Illusion Valley. The last person escaped and drew a map that showed that there was a secret realm behind the Illusion Valley. As long as they passed through the Illusion Valley, they would be able to find the secret realm. This incident caused a war between the two large mercenary groups. The Green Wolves Group destroyed the Cold Snakes Group and chased after the leader and vice-leader of the Cold Snakes Group into the Illusion Valley. In the Illusion Valley, Leng Shi and Wei Dyer had finished the clean water and dried meat that they brought. The two of them were still holding rags in the valley, looking for a way out. They looked very anxious. If they could not find water and food, they would definitely starve to death in less than 5 days. Wei Dyer lost her usual charming demeanor and said to Leng Shi with a gloomy expression, "Big brother, we can't go on like this. What can we do? Are we just going to wait for death here?" Leng Shi roared impatiently. He began to regret coming to the secret realm. Could this secret realm map be a prank made by someone else? Wei Dyer knew that her big brother was in a bad mood and did not dare to speak anymore. Leng Shi looked at Wei Dyer's aggrieved expression and sighed. He patted her shoulder and said, "I'm sorry, little sister. Big brother is in a bad mood, don't take it to heart." Wei Dyer said, "Why would little sister blame big brother? If it wasn't for little sister snatching this map back, we wouldn't have ended up like this." I'm the one who should say sorry. Leng Shi's expression was mournful as he said, "Don't blame yourself. If we don't die this time, after we destroy the Green Wolf Regiment, we'll find an aristocratic family to rely on. We won't have to live these days of fighting and killing anymore. It's also time for you to find a good family to marry." At the mention of marriage, a smiling face appeared in Wei Dyer's mind. It was her good brother whom she had only met once. She said sadly in her heart, "Good brother, do you still remember me? I'm afraid you won't be able to eat me in this lifetime." But, thinking of Frenzied Blade? Leng Shi guessed. Frenzied Blade was the most capable person in Meteorite City who was pursuing Wei Daya. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very powerful. Everyone thought that he was the only one who was worthy of Wei Daya. It was a pity that Wei Dyer did not express anything. At this point, Leng Shi had misunderstood that Wei Dyer was thinking about Frenzied Blade. Wei Dyer shook her head. "No. Little sister, I know that you are very strong, but Frenzied Blade is not a bad person. He is just a little arrogant. I think the two of you are quite compatible," Leng Shi said lightly. "Big brother, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's think about how to leave this place." Wei Dyer was not willing to discuss this matter anymore, so she changed the topic. The two of them continued to walk forward, but they did not know that they were gradually walking into an even more dangerous place. Another group of people in the illusory valley. Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the two captains were also in the same predicament. "Damn it, just how big is this valley? We have been walking for a few days, but we still haven't reached the end," Green Wolf cursed. Their team was considered strong, and some of the spirit beasts that came to attack them had died under their swords. This allowed them to at least have food to eat, unlike Leng Shi and his sister who did not have any dry rations. However, they also did not have clean water, and this was the same for everyone. At the side, Fire Wolf and the two captains also had ugly expressions. They regretted following Green Wolf here. They knew that once they entered the illusory valley, they would most likely die. If they continued to walk like this, they would probably suffocate to death. "What do you guys think we should do?" Green Wolf asked with a frown when he saw that the others were not saying anything. Fire Wolf muttered, "We can only continue walking in this direction. There is no other way. We can't distinguish north from south here, and even if we want to go back, it will be too late." "Isn't that as good as not saying anything?" Green Wolf said unhappily. Fire Wolf's face twitched, and he did not say anything else. "Captain, we all understand your feelings. I believe that under the captain's leadership, we will definitely be able to quickly walk out of the illusory valley," one of the captains said respectfully. "Damn it, I don't believe that this valley of yours is endless." Green Wolf cursed, and he moved forward at full speed. Fire Wolf and the two captains did not dare to delay and hurriedly chased after him. If they were also separated, then they would definitely die. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King had just entered the illusory valley. Facing the layers of fog, they were also at a loss and did not know where to go. This ghost valley really is strange. Perhaps it's hiding some sort of secret. Otherwise, why would sunlight be unable to disperse the fog? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he sat on the wolf's back. "Xiao Jin, run in that direction." Ling Xiao pointed in a direction and sent a message to the Golden Wolf King. After eating the mountain pangolin's meat, the Golden Wolf King's strength had recovered quite a bit. Without any delay, it ran in the direction Ling Xiao had pointed, its speed as fast as lightning. Half a day later, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King entered the illusory valley and were attacked by a high-tier first-tier bloodthirsty bat. The bloodthirsty bats and the mountain pangolin were both spirit beasts that could move about in the illusory valley. Although they could not burrow underground like the mountain pangolin, they could use sound waves to distinguish directions and objects. They could freely hunt in the illusory valley. There were a total of 8 bloodthirsty bats attacking Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. Every one of them was quite large. Their wings were estimated to be about 1.5 meters wide. Don't look down on their low level. The 2 fangs in their bloody mouths that contained deadly poison were quite terrifying. As long as the skin was bitten, even a mystic knight would find it difficult to survive. Ling Xiao ordered the Golden Wolf King to run as he attacked with both hands. With his sharp senses and fast reactions, he used the shadows of his swords to protect himself from being bitten by the bloodthirsty bats. Damn it, why are these fellows chasing us all the way? Ling Xiao couldn't help cursing. He used his swords to force the 8 bloodthirsty bats to not dare approach, but these bats kept chasing them, making him extremely vexed. Master, they're calling for their companions, warned the Golden Wolf King. Damn, Xiaojin, stop. I'll get rid of these bats. Ling Xiao stopped the Golden Wolf King, and then with a shout, he jumped off its back and swung his blade at one of the bloodthirsty bats. The blade's light drowned out the bat that couldn't react in time, and a bloody mist exploded in the air. Ling Xiao only killed one before his body began to fall. At this time, the other 7 bloodthirsty bats saw that Ling Xiao had lost his balance and actually tried to bite at Ling Xiao at the same time. 7 black shadows covered the sky, their 7 pairs of fangs terrifying. Don't think that this young master is easy to bully. Ling Xiao shouted. He waved his sword around to form a protective circle, preventing these bats from getting close. Just as Ling Xiao was about to hit the ground, the Golden Wolf King saw an opportunity and spat out a golden ball of light. The bloodthirsty bats seemed to be very afraid of light, and they all cried out and fled in all directions. But 2 of them weren't able to escape that quickly and were directly blown to pieces by the golden ball of light. Good job, Xiaojin. Ling Xiao praised after landing. Master, I'm hungry, the Golden Wolf King said very honestly. Fuck, are you a pig? It's only been half a day and you're already hungry? Ling Xiao was speechless. This Golden Wolf King had eaten too much. Master, I'm a wolf, not a lowly pig. You glutton, do as you see fit here. I don't even know where to get food, scolded Ling Xiao. Master, more bats are coming, warned the Golden Wolf King. This time, there were almost 20 bats. 2 of them were especially large, with a wingspan of 2.5 meters. They looked to be at least at the 2nd stage. Whoa. The Golden Wolf King quickly entered battle mode. It bared its fangs as it looked at the approaching black shadow. Damn, these guys are really annoying. Xiaojin run. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless in the face of so many bloodthirsty bats. He jumped onto the Golden Wolf King's back and ordered. The Golden Wolf King started running again, and the bloodthirsty bats followed it like a shadow. Although the Golden Wolf King was fast, flying spiritual beasts had an advantage in this aspect. The Golden Wolf King couldn't shake off the bloodthirsty bat's pursuit and had no choice but to stop again. As soon as it stopped, one of the leading bloodthirsty bats attacked. The Golden Wolf King spat out another elemental attack, scaring the Class 1 bloodthirsty bats into fleeing. Only the 2 leading bloodthirsty bats weren't afraid of the golden light. Seeing this, Ling Xiao put away his blade and sword and picked up the low-tier 2nd stage golden sword from the Golden Wolf King. In the misty valley, the golden sword was exceptionally dazzling. Some of the Class 1 bloodthirsty bats that wanted to attack Ling Xiao didn't dare to get close. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice. At the same time, he circulated the Vajra 5 transformation technique and a faint yellow halo covered his body. He then sent a message to the Golden Wolf King, telling it to circulate its defensive force as well. A layer of golden light rose from the golden fur of the Golden Wolf King. The glittering light made it look especially noble and unusual. In a moment, all the Class 1 bloodthirsty bats had fled. Only the 2 Class 2 bloodthirsty bats didn't give up and continued to attack with sound waves. Ling Zhao's mind was in a mess, and his ears were ringing non-stop. He felt like fainting. Awoo! The Golden Wolf King howled repeatedly, its voice shaking the ground and scattering the bloodthirsty bats' sound waves. Damn it! Ling Xiao regained his clarity of mind and was extremely angry. With a roar, he jumped off the Golden Wolf King's back and slashed at one of the bloodthirsty bats with his golden sword. The Golden Wolf King wasn't slow either. 3 golden beams shot out at the other bloodthirsty bat. The Class 2 bloodthirsty bat's reaction was much faster than the Class 1 bloodthirsty bat's, but it was still injured by Ling Zhao's sword. The other bloodthirsty bat dodged 2 golden beams, but the last one injured one of its wings. The two bloodthirsty bats let out a strange cry and didn't dare to stay any longer. They disappeared into the fog. Chapter 68. Seeing the bats retreat, Ling Xiao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Although the attacks of these bats weren't that great, they were too difficult to deal with. There were too many of them and they were poisonous. Once touched, it would be quite troublesome. After walking for another half a day, the Golden Wolf King didn't even need to hunt for food. A mid-tier second-grade specter leopard came to his door. The specter leopard had a pair of night vision eyes, so it wasn't a problem for it in the misty valley. Ling Xiao was much calmer when he encountered the specter leopard again. He didn't try to ambush it like he did when they first entered the mountain range. He didn't even need to do anything. The Golden Wolf King had already killed the specter leopard. Ling Xiao took the leopard's skin and fangs and gave the rest to the Golden Wolf King. He also ate quite a bit himself and dried one of the 3 portions. In this valley where visibility was only a few meters, Ling Xiao didn't know how long he would have to walk. He had to be careful and preserve the food first. If he couldn't find any spirit beasts, it would be terrible. He could hold on for a while, but the Golden Wolf King couldn't. Just as he described, it was a glutton and couldn't do without food. It was impossible to tell when it was day and night. In short, it was a vast expanse of whiteness throughout the day and night. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King didn't know how long they had walked. They only felt tired and found a place to rest. Ling Xiao scratched his head as he thought of a solution. This can't go on. I have to think of something. Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King, Xiao Jin, have you been here before? Do you know how long it will take to pass through? Ling Xiao didn't know about the psychedelic valley's notoriety, or else he wouldn't have barged in. The Golden Wolf King played with its 2 front paws and said, I haven't been here before. Almost every valley in the mountain range has a powerful spirit beast guarding their territory. Other than some free areas, we won't take the risk of intruding into other people's territory. If that's the case, then it looks like we can only keep going. Ling Xiao sighed. Master, as far as I know, once we pass through here, we'll reach the depths of the mountain range. There are many powerful existences there, and even I'm afraid of them. The Golden Wolf King revealed a human-like expression of fear. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that there were even more powerful spirit beasts in the deeper parts of the mountain range. Any one of them was much stronger than the Golden Wolf King, so it was normal for it to be afraid. Do you have any way to get me through here? Ling Xiao could only ask the Golden Wolf King. He knew that spirit beasts lived in nature and had the ability to distinguish directions that humans didn't. Perhaps the Golden Wolf King could take him away from here as soon as possible. I don't know where to go from here, the Golden Wolf King said. Just as Ling Xiao was about to go crazy, it said, but I have a way. What is it? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask in delight. I'll open my 3rd eye. I should be able to see through the fog, said the Golden Wolf King. Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and open it now, urged Ling Xiao. The Golden Wolf King continued, but I can only open my 3rd eye once a month. I've already opened it once this month, so I can only open it again next month. Hearing that, Ling Xiao completely fainted. Fuck, you useless glutton. Ling Xiao jumped up and viciously kicked the Golden Wolf King's butt. The Golden Wolf King felt wronged. It didn't even know how it had angered its master. After resting for 4 hours, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King continued on their way. Ling Xiao lay on the Golden Wolf King's back, allowing it to run as it pleased. If it was a normal day, anyone would feel that this was a very carefree and leisurely life and would definitely yearn for it. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem happy at all. Instead, he seemed to be at a loss. He felt like he had been running for 2 days. With the Golden Wolf King's speed, who knew how many mountains they could run through in 2 days? But this illusion valley seemed to have no end. Aside from the occasional spirit beasts that would come to attack them, they were passing their time in solitude. How could he be happy? Sigh, even with the map, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out of here unless an old horse leads the way. Ling Xiao muttered to himself in distress. Suddenly Ling Xiao had an idea. That's right, an old horse knows the way. Why don't I find an old horse to lead the way? Really, this young master is really smart. After thinking of this idea, Ling Xiao immediately said to the Golden Wolf King, Xiao Jin, don't bite a spirit beast to death next time. Let it lead the way for us. It turned out that Ling Xiao was planning to use the spirit beasts that lived in the Illusion Valley to lead the way for him. This idea seemed to be quite good, as the spirit beasts that lived in the Illusion Valley were very familiar with this place. Not long after, a large, snow-white spider appeared. Its long claws were like sickles, and its body was like a small mountain. It made Ling Xiao and the 3-meter-long Golden Wolf King feel insignificant. Ling Xiao thought that apart from its large size, this spider's strength shouldn't be that great. It would be a good idea to let it lead the way, so he immediately ordered the Golden Wolf King, Xiao Jin, deal with it, but don't kill it. The Golden Wolf King roared at the spider that was waving its sickle claws and continuously retreated. It then sent a message to Ling Xiao, Master, it's stronger than me. I'm not its match. What? Ling Xiao turned pale with fright. At this moment, the white spider spat out something that attacked them. Fortunately, the Golden Wolf King's reaction was fast enough and it managed to dodge. It turned out that what it spat out was a white net-like object. This was the silk in its mouth. As long as it touched them, even the Golden Wolf King wouldn't be able to escape. What are you waiting for? Ling Xiao immediately ordered the Golden Wolf King. As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Wolf King raised its speed to its maximum and instantly ran away. Damn, that was a peak tier 2 snow spider just now. No wonder even Xiao Jin was afraid of it. Ling Xiao realized that the white spider didn't follow them and couldn't help but pat his chest as he thought about the origins of spiders. 4 hours later, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King finally caught a low-tier 2 3-tailed demon fox to lead the way. Under the threat of the Golden Wolf King, the 3-tailed demon fox obediently led Ling Xiao and the others into the depths of the Illusion Valley. There were already 2 people who had arrived at the depths of the Illusion Valley. It was Leng Shi and Wei De. By the time they got here, they were already exhausted. Unfortunately, what awaited them was not the end of the illusory valley, but a gigantic tree that towered into the sky. This tree was several times larger than any of the other trees in the mountain range. The trunk of this tree would probably require a dozen or so people to wrap their arms around it. From the looks of it, this was an old demon tree that was at least 10,000 years old. Is this the end? Wei Dai asked weakly. I don't know either, but this tree looks a little strange. Leng Shi shook his head and replied. At this time, the 2 of them placed their attention on the tree. They kept sizing up this rare giant tree to see if there were any fruits to eat to quench their thirst. When they saw the 2 spots of green light on the tree, their expressions froze. Then, they saw that both of their eyes were red with anger. Damn Green Wolf, hand over your life. You killed all the brothers of my Leng Shi group. I will make you pay with your life. Leng Shi looked at the empty space in front of him, but the image of Green Wolf appeared in his eyes. He pulled out his sword and swung it. Black Wolf, you're not dead? Wei Dai's situation was similar to her brother's, but the image of Black Wolf appeared in her eyes. Black Wolf seemed to have come back to life and was looking for her to take revenge. Then, the 2 of them seemed to have lost their minds as they slashed and attacked their surroundings. Near the siblings, Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the 2 captains seemed to have heard the commotion. Over there! Green Wolf's senses were the strongest. He immediately dashed over. The others followed closely behind him. The 4 of them came to the front of the tree. When they saw the siblings, they could not help but be delighted. I've finally found the 2 of you. I'm going to kill the 2 of you to take revenge for my brother. Green Wolf shouted when he saw Leng Shi and Wei Dai. He wanted to kill the 2 of them. Captain, please wait. They seem to be in trouble. Fire Wolf pulled Green Wolf's hand in time and said, Are they cultivating? One of the captains sneered. At this time, Green Wolf calmed down. Looking at the siblings who were waving their swords, he also felt that something was wrong with them. They might be under some kind of sorcery. Everyone be careful. Fire Wolf's brain worked quickly and he quickly reminded everyone. For a moment, the 4 of them were on their guard. They kept looking around. Other than the fog, There was only the giant tree. They did not find anything at all. They could not help but put their attention on the giant tree. Suddenly, they saw a green light at the same time. Just like the siblings, they entered the image of revenge. Wei Dai, you stinking brat. How dare you kill my brother? I'll let you die a horrible death. Green Wolf saw the sexy look of Wei Dai. She seemed to be provoking him. This made him angry. He took out his dragon-slaying blade and swung it. In Fire Wolf's eyes, an adventurer whom he had ambushed and killed before appeared. The other party's strength was above his. He was so scared that he threw his long spear on the ground and knelt down to beg for mercy. The other two captains of the Green Wolf clan also appeared in different images. They were also waving their weapons like madmen. For a moment, the surroundings were bombarded with powerful Mystic Knight-level Xian energy attacks. The scene was unbelievable. Could they be under some kind of sorcery? With the three-tailed fox leading the way, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King quickly arrived in front of the giant tree. Looking at the mess in front of them and the people who were waving their weapons, they were stunned. What the hell is going on? Are they holding a martial arts show here? Ling Xiao muttered to himself in confusion. Suddenly he saw Wei Dai. He smiled happily and said, "Good sister, I finally found you." Unfortunately, Wei Dai did not respond to him. She was still waving her long sword. Rays of fire shot out and turned the ground into a few big pits. What's going on? Ling Xiao seemed to have realized something and his expression became serious. At this moment, Green Wolf waved the dragon-slaying blade and slashed at Wei Dai's back. She was about to die. Ling Xiao screamed and threw the golden sword in his hand. Clang! Just as the dragon-slaying blade was about to hit Wei Dai, the golden sword deflected the blade and Wei Dai was not injured. Damn it, who can tell me what's going on? Ling Xiao cursed. However, the crowd did not react at all and continued to hack and attack randomly. Something must be wrong. Ling Xiao was confused and became alert. Just as Ling Xiao was about to look at the giant tree, the Golden Wolf King roared angrily, "Whir!" Chapter 69. Xiao Jin, what's wrong? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. There's a sinister fellow over there that can confuse the minds of you humans. They should have been bewitched by that fellow, the Golden Wolf King said as it blocked Ling Xiao and bared its fangs at the giant tree. Ling Xiao asked worriedly, "Is that fellow very strong? Can you take care of it?" "It shouldn't be very strong, but I can't get it to come down from the tree," the Golden Wolf King replied. "Idiot, can't you use an elemental attack to knock it down?" Ling Xiao shouted as he knocked on the Golden Wolf King's head. He then looked at Wei Dai and saw that she was in danger of being accidentally injured again. "Xiao Jin, hurry up and deal with that fellow on the tree, I'll go and save her," he shouted. Ling Xiao shot out from the wolf's back and rushed towards Wei Dai. Seeing that Wei Dai was hit by another leader of the Green Wolf Gang, Ling Xiao slashed at the space between the two of them. Boom! Ling Xiao's attack deflected the two's attacks, then he flashed behind Wei Dai and slashed at the back of her neck, knocking her out. Ling Xiao caught Wei Dai's body and smelled the faint virgin fragrance coming from her. He looked at the majestic bulge in front of her chest and was intoxicated. He couldn't help but praise in his heart, "Sister smells so good." At this moment, Ling Shi, who had lost his mind, swung his sword at Ling Xiao. "Hey brother, calm down," Ling Xiao said as he quickly carried Wei Dai away from the group of people who had lost their minds. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King had already arrived in front of the giant tree, and a few golden rays of light shot towards the trunk of the giant tree. Boom boom boom. A shadow let out a strange cry and jumped up the tree. The Golden Wolf King didn't know how to climb trees, and its elemental attack wasn't that high either, so it could only howl from below. At this moment, the group of people who were attacking randomly relaxed and fell to the ground. What's going on? Lung Shi sat on the ground, panting heavily. Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the two captains were also panting heavily, sweat continuously flowing down their faces. Their minds were filled with unknown question marks, just like Lung Shui. Qing Lang Hua Lang. Shi was the first to see Qing Lang and the others. He immediately got up and charged at them. Unfortunately, he fell down before he could steady himself. Cold Snake, Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the two captains reacted at the same time. Everyone did not have the strength to continue fighting, so they took out returning pills and chi-nourishing pills and swallowed them, then began to sit cross-legged to recover their profound energy. At this moment, Shi also wanted to meditate, but he suddenly thought of Wei Dai. "Little sister, where are you?" Shi looked around in panic. He was extremely anxious. Wei Dai was his only relative. If anything were to happen to her, he would definitely feel terrible. Suddenly, he saw a young man dressed in animal skin holding a woman in his arms. Wasn't that his little sister, Wei Dai? "Who are you? Quickly put my little sister down." Shi stabbed his sword into the ground, slowly stood up and shouted at Ling Xiao. "She's your sister?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He pointed at Wei Dai in his arms and asked. Shi took the chi-nourishing pill, and his profound energy was gradually recovering. He nodded and slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. "Sir, please put my sister down, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." So it's Big Brother. Don't be angry, we're all family. You should sit down and recover your profound energy, they'll recover very soon." Ling Xiao suddenly understood. He smiled and said to Shi. Shi was not in the mood to care about this. He said to Ling Xiao, "Whose family with you? What did you do to my little sister?" "Don't worry, she's fine. She just fainted. I'll help you wake her up." Ling Xiao comforted him, then grabbed Wei Dai's smooth and slender hand and transferred his profound energy to her. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "How smooth and soft." Wei Dai, who was unconscious, let out a soft cry and woke up. "Good sister, you're awake. Do you still remember your good little brother?" Ling Xiao asked, still hugging Wei Dai's delicate body. Wei looked at the handsome face in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. "Am I dreaming? Little brother, why are you here?" Wei Dai's delicate hand touched Ling Xiao's face. She thought she was dreaming, because she didn't believe that Ling Xiao would appear in the illusion valley. However, when she touched Ling Xiao's face, her delicate hand trembled, her body bounced up and she asked loudly, "Why are you here?" Wei Dai had just used up all her profound energy, and before she could stand up, her body went limp, and she was about to fall down. Ling Xiao pulled Wei Dai into his arms again and said, "Don't be too excited, sister. I came all the way here to find you of my own free will. Please don't be too touched, just give me a kiss or two as a reward." When Wei Dai heard Ling Xiao's shameless words, her heart felt like it was flowing into a sweet spring. She finally believed that the young man in front of her was the young master of the Ling family that she had met once before. At this moment, Shi came to Ling Xiao's side and said to Wei Dai, "Little sister, quickly take the pill, Qing Lang and the rest are here. Since you know that we are here, just accept your death." Qing Lang suddenly stood up. His aura had already recovered by 80%. Then Hua Lang and the other two team leaders also stood up. They were all confused and used up a lot of their profound energy. If not for the appearance of Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King, they would have continued to attack until they died of exhaustion. Ling Xiao had just arrived and didn't know what was going on. He didn't know who Green Wolf and the others were. If he knew that the people in front of him were the leaders of the Green Wolf gang, he would have killed them first before thinking of a way to save Wei Dai. If the opportunity was missed, it would not come again. Qing Lang and the rest had recovered their profound energy. Leng Shi and Wei Dai were in trouble, and Ling Xiao could not stay out of this. Wei Dai broke free from Ling Xiao's embrace and swallowed 2 pills, hoping to recover her profound energy as soon as possible. Leng Shi had also taken the pills, but it was a pity that he did not meditate in time, and his speed of absorption was not as fast as Qing Lang and the rest. He had only recovered 30 to 40% of his profound energy, and it would be dangerous for him to fight against a low-level mystic cultivator, let alone a high-level mystic cultivator like Qing Lang. "I didn't expect that you, Qing Lang, would dare to enter the illusion valley. Even if you can kill us, I'm afraid you won't be able to live for long," Xianxia said with a sullen face. He wanted to buy some time to recover his profound energy. We'll naturally be able to find a way out after we kill all of you, Green Wolf said as he laughed maniacally. He then looked at Wei Dyer with a lustful gaze. However, before that, I'll let you enjoy a good show, hee. After he finished laughing, he dashed towards Wei Dyer at an astonishing speed. Not good, little sister, run. Xianxia sensed something and his expression changed. He immediately shouted and tried to block with his sword. Unfortunately, Hua Lang blocked in front of Xianxia. Xianxia, your opponent is me. Seeing that Wei Dai was about to be caught by Qing Lang, someone else was faster than Qing Lang and grabbed Wei Dai to the side, causing Qing Lang to pounce on empty air. Little brat, you're courting death. Qing Lang finally noticed Ling Xiao, but when he saw that Ling Xiao was only a high-level mystic cultivator, he was furious. A mere mystic cultivator dared to ruin his plans. He was simply courting death. Hee, how old are you, sir? You actually dare to have designs on my sister? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You should know your place. Ling Xiao held Wei Dyer with one hand as he sneered at Green Wolf. You have a sharp tongue, I'll send you on your way first. Qing Lang's face turned cold, and his body sped up again towards Ling Xiao. His palm turned into a claw, and he clawed at Ling Xiao's face. Wait, cried out nervously, hurry up and leave, don't bother about me. Even though she had only met Ling Xiao once, Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on her. Don't be fooled by his playful appearance. Who would have thought that he was actually pretending to be stupid to lure others into his trap? She had a deep understanding of this point. Furthermore, she still couldn't forget his shocking methods. She didn't know when he had quietly left his shadow in her heart. Qing Lang's claw was about to reach Ling Xiao's face, but he still did not move. In the eyes of others, it was as if he had been scared stiff by Qing Lang and could not move at all. At this moment, a golden light sped towards Qing Lang. Qing Lang did not expect that there would be a sneak attack from the side, and he was caught off guard. His entire body was hit hard. Boom! Qing Lang screamed as he flew more than 10 meters away. Everyone looked at this sudden scene in confusion. A golden shadow appeared beside Ling Xiao. Xiao Jin, well done. Ling Xiao smiled and caressed the head of the Golden Wolf King with one hand. The Golden Wolf King had a fawning look on its face as it kept rubbing its body against Ling Xiao. Wei Dai, who was in Ling Xiao's arms, was frightened by the appearance of the Golden Wolf King. However, when she saw that Ling Xiao was actually kissing and caressing its head, and the Golden Wolf King was acting like a pet trying to please its master, she could not think straight. Qing Lang crawled up with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took a few more pills and sat down cross-legged. He did not have time to be surprised by the sudden appearance of the Golden Wolf King, because if he did not treat his injuries soon, he would die here. The two captains of the Green Wolf clan quickly stood beside Qing Lang to protect him. Hua Lang did not dare to continue to cause trouble for Xianxia and also retreated to Qing Lang's side to protect him. Their expressions became more solemn, as if the situation was already beyond their expectations. Ling Xiao patted Wei Dai's shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid, sister. This is brother's mount, Xiao Jin. Sit down and recover your profound energy. With brother here, no one can hurt sister." Wei Dai's body trembled slightly as she looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated look in her eyes. Then, a flirtatious smile appeared on her face and she said, "Then I'll have to trouble brother to protect sister." After saying that, Wei nodded at her brother and the two of them sat down to recover their profound energy. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask the Golden Wolf King, "Did you kill the guy on the tree?" The Golden Wolf King said, "It escaped to the tree, I couldn't blast it down." Useless guy. Ling Xiao kicked the Golden Wolf King, then frowned and muttered to himself, "There must be something strange here." While both sides were on guard against each other, an astonishing change happened to the giant tree. When everyone realized it, everyone was in a desperate situation. Chapter 70. On the towering tree, a pair of green eyes were looking down at the people below. This pair of green eyes belonged to a spirit beast that was only half a meter tall. This spirit beast had the appearance of a human infant, and its head was extremely large. Its green eyes took up half of its entire face. It didn't have a nose, only a large mouth, and a pair of pointy elf-like ears. Its weak body was covered in long green fur, and its overall appearance was very strange and ugly. This spirit beast kept jumping on the tree for a while and revealed a fierce look. It opened its big mouth and chirped something. Both of its hands patted the tree as if it was giving some instructions. In the next moment, the giant tree actually responded. The branches on the tree trunk were like vines, and they actually began to spread and grow. The speed of their growth was so fast that it was astounding. In an instant, they had grown to half a meter long. Under the tree, Lung Shi and Wei Dyer recovered. "Big brother, do you want some?" Ling Xiao had a fawning smile on his face as he passed the dried meat in his hand to Lung Shi. Lung Shi looked at Ling Xiao and Wei Dyer and said, "If you have water, give me a few mouthfuls." Sit. Ling Xiao quickly nodded and took out a water bag from his waist and passed it to Lung Shi. Lung Shi drank a few mouthfuls and passed the water bag to Wei Dyer. Wei Dyer also drank it without hesitation. Both of them had not drunk water for 2 to 3 days, and the water bag was emptied in a short while. On the other side, Qin Lang had also finished his meditation. However, his Xian energy was not fully recovered. The attack from the Golden Wolf King had caused him quite a bit of internal injury. Although he had taken the dew returning pill, it could not be instantly effective. Right now, he could only use 70% of his Xian energy. However, he was not afraid of Lung Shi and the others. He and Hua Lang were both high-level Xian cultivators, while Lung Shi was the only high-level Xian cultivator. As long as one of them could keep Lung Shi busy, the others and the Golden Wolf King would not be a threat. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he had not used. "Leader, are you all right?" Hua Lang asked with concern. That damned bastard, I'll definitely make him die a horrible death." Qin Lang ignored Hua Lang and furiously cursed at the nearby Ling Xiao. "Big brother, they are coming over." Wei Dai looked at Qin Lang and the others who were walking over and reminded them. At the same time, she clenched the thin face in her hand and became alert. "It's time to end this." Lung Shi narrowed his eyes at Green Wolf and the others, making a decision in his heart. He then stood in front of Wei Dyer and said to Ling Xiao, "Brat, I don't care who you are, but I hope that you can take my little sister and leave immediately. In the future, please take good care of her for me." As soon as Lung Shi finished speaking, Wei Dai immediately objected. "No, I want to fight with Big Brother to the end. Little sister, listen to me. Ride the Wind Wolf with this brat. That way you might have a chance to live. Otherwise, we'll all die here," Lung Shi said indifferently. The current situation was clear. With their current strength, it was impossible to stop 2 high-level mystic cultivators. Moreover, there were 2 low-level mystic cultivators. Even if they did not fight, they knew that they would lose this battle. Thus, Lung Shi decided to sacrifice himself and let Wei Dai leave. It was clear how much he cared for and loved his little sister. "So be it. Even if I die, I'll die with Big Brother." Wei held the thin sword in her hand and said firmly, "Don't worry, you will definitely meet in the underworld today," Qin Lang said coldly when he was 2 meters away from them. He then waved his hand and Hua Lang and the 2 low-level mystic cultivators started to move. "If that's the case, then let me drag 2 more of you down with me." Now that things had come to this, Lung Shi couldn't care less anymore. He shouted loudly, and the long sword in his hand charged towards the 2 low-level mystic cultivators. "Don't worry, your opponent is me." Hua Lang waved his long spear in front of Lung Shi. The 2 of them immediately started fighting and sparks flew everywhere. The 2 leaders of the Green Wolf Regiment went straight for Wei Dai. 2 against 1, Wei Dai was in a bad situation. Ling Xiao wanted to help, but unfortunately, Qin Lang and his heavy dragon-slaying saber were blocking his way. "Damned beast, how dare you hurt me?" Qin Lang waved his heavy saber and slashed at the Golden Wolf King. In his eyes, this second-level Wind Wolf was more threatening than Ling Xiao. Thus, he decided to kill this wind wolf first before getting rid of the low-level mystic cultivator. Xiao Jin hold him back. It would be best if you can kill him. If you are not his opponent, then protect yourself and don't get hurt. I'll come and help you later. Ling Xiao instructed. Yes, master. The Golden Wolf King replied and went to face Qing Lang. The man and beast started fighting. At this time, Ling Xiao's expression became serious. With a saber and a sword in his hand, he walked towards the two leaders of the Green Wolf Regiment with Cloud Shadow. The two leaders of the Green Wolf Regiment had been closing in on Wei Dai, but they did not expect someone to launch a sneak attack on them. Just as one of them was about to slash at Wei Dai's waist, an ominous feeling came over him. That person reacted quickly and quickly pulled out his saber to defend himself. Clang. Ling Xiao's sneak attack was blocked by that person. Damn, you dare to trick me? I'll kill you first. The captain was furious at Ling Xiao, who had ambushed him. He changed the direction of his heavy sword and swung it towards Ling Xiao. It's hard to say who will be the one to kill who. Ling Xiao snorted and swung his powerful attack. Shadowless saber, scar left by the sword. Ling Xiao used his full strength from the start and caught his opponent off guard. That leader thought that Ling Xiao was just a high-level Xianxia practitioner and that his strength was far inferior to his. He did not use any powerful moves that could release his Xian energy from the start and only used simple attacks to slash at Ling Xiao. However, when he felt the moves that Ling Xiao used, a suffocating feeling caused his hair to stand on end. He had no choice but to quickly pull out his saber to defend himself. His heavy saber continuously blocked the saber shadows and sword rays. However, the saber shadows and sword rays were too numerous and too dense. He was unable to defend himself and his body was riddled with wounds. I'll fight you to the death. That leader felt extremely sullen. His opponent was clearly weaker than him, but he was unable to retaliate at all. He could not help but grit his teeth and made up his mind to kill this brat even if both of them were to be injured. He gathered all the Xian energy in his body on his heavy saber and once again slashed at the center of the countless saber shadows and sword rays. Boom! As the powerful moves collided, all the saber shadows and sword rays disappeared, leaving only a cloud of dust on the ground. Phew! That leader could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he managed to break through Ling Xiao's saber and sword techniques. However, in just a moment of carelessness, a blue sword ray pierced through his body from the back like a poisonous snake. That leader stared blankly at the long sword that had pierced through his abdomen. His eyes bulged out as he fell into a pool of blood, never to get up again. I've already said that it's hard to say who will die first. You don't believe me again. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he pulled out his blue crystal sword. He then charged towards the other leader of the Green Wolves clan who was fighting with Wei Dai. Sister, brother will help you. Ling Xiao shouted loudly as he slashed his silver ghost blood blade towards that leader. While that leader was distracted to defend himself, Wei Dai's thin sword pierced his arm. That leader screamed in pain as he took a few steps back. Let's kill him together. Ling Xiao took another step forward and charged towards that injured leader. Wei Dai had a faint smile on her face as she replied, "Okay." She waved her thin sword and shot out many fiery snakes towards that leader. That leader was already injured. Under the entanglement of Wei Dai, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Unsurprisingly, that leader did not last long before he died under the fierce attacks of the two of them. Phew! Wei Dai's mind was completely relaxed as she wiped away the sweat on her forehead. Sister, your hand is bleeding. Let me help you stop the bleeding. Ling Xiao looked at the bleeding wound on Wei Dai's arm and said softly. Without a word, he grabbed Wei Dai's arm and kissed it. He planned to stop the bleeding like this. As he kissed that delicate skin, Ling Xiao's mind swayed. He laughed lewdly in his heart as he thought, hee, this time, I'm going to get intimate with you. How dare you take advantage of me? Do you want to die? Wei Dai retracted her arm and rebuked him with a red face. She cursed in her heart, this guy really knows how to take advantage of me. Even if you want to stop the bleeding, This is not the way to stop it. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. Brother, aren't you worried about me? Really? Well, at this moment, the Golden Wolf King's cries could be heard. Not good, I have to go and help Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao's expression changed as he shouted and rushed towards the Golden Wolf King. Wei Dyer looked at Ling Xiao's graceful figure, and her heart was stirred by something. She muttered to herself, if I survive this, maybe I will allow you to take advantage of me once. After that, she consumed a dew-returning pill and went to help her brother. On the other side, the Golden Wolf King was slashed by Green Wolf's profound saber, and it also used its claws to slash Green Wolf's chest. It could be said that both sides were injured. Damn beast, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. Green Wolf was infuriated to the extreme. He did not expect that this Golden Wolf King would actually have the strength of a Tier 2 advanced martial artist. At first, he thought that it was only a Tier 2 or Tier 2 advanced martial artist. If he was in peak condition, he would naturally not be afraid of the Golden Wolf King. However, he could only use 70% of his profound strength and could only fight to a draw with the Golden Wolf King. This made him very unhappy. Just as he was about to attack the Golden Wolf King again, he felt a gust of wind behind him and blocked it without thinking. Clang! The two sabers collided, and Ling Xiao was sent flying a few meters back before he stopped. The web between his thumb and index finger that was holding the saber was split open, and blood slowly flowed out. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King quickly scurried to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao looked at the hideous wound on the Golden Wolf King's body and said with great heartache, Xiao Jin, let's work together to kill this old dog and avenge you. Whoa. The Golden Wolf King let out a long howl filled with battle intent. Green Wolf looked at the two corpses not far away, and his expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King with murderous eyes and said, Damn bastards, I want you to die a horrible death. Good buddy, it's time for you to drink human blood. Green Wolf cursed as he touched the jade bracer on his arm. The jade bracer flashed, and a shadow appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It was actually a spiritual wolf beast, but this spiritual wolf beast was very different from the Golden Wolf King. This was because this spiritual wolf beast was green in color, and its fur was like lush green grass. It was extremely soft, and there was a tuft of white fur in the middle of its head, making it look very handsome and demonic. This was a mid-tier 2 cyan flame wolf. Chapter 71. The blue flame wolf was a fire-attributed spirit beast. It was a spirit beast of the same rank as the wind wolf, and it mostly lived in barren hills that faced the sun. This cyan flame wolf was saved by Cyan Wolf in the mountains when he was young. The green flame wolf's original name was Zhu Dalan. He had inadvertently discovered this green flame wolf fighting a Tier 2 middle-stage python in the mountain range. The green flame wolf was no match for the python, and just as the green flame wolf was about to be devoured by the python, Zhu Dalan launched a sneak attack and killed the python, saving the green flame wolf. At that time, the blue flame wolf was already on the verge of death. Zhu Dalan had wasted a lot of spirit herbs and pills to save it. This green wolf felt that Zhu Dalan had saved it, so it followed Zhu Dalan. From then on, Zhu Dalan's good luck kept on coming. He felt that it was this blue fire wolf that brought him good luck. Not long after, he founded a mercenary group and named it the Green Wolves Mercenary Group. Outsiders didn't know Zhu Dalan's real name. Everyone just called Zhu Dalan the Green Wolves Mercenary Group. Zhu Dalan gladly accepted this nickname, and it was also at that time that the Green Wolves Mercenary Group's prestige was established in Meteor City. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Dalan wouldn't let others know that he had a second-rank spirit beast. This was because it would bring him a lot of trouble, so he always kept the cyan flame wolf in his wrist guard. That jade wrist guard was an accessory similar to a spatial storage ring. It was extremely rare and precious. Zhu Dalan had obtained it by chance in the trading market. At that time, the seller didn't know that it was a wrist guard used to store spirit beasts. He just thought it was an ordinary accessory and sold it to Zhu Dalan, which made Zhu Dalan earn a lot. Now, in order to kill this golden wind wolf and Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to summon the Scion-Fire Wolf. As soon as the blue flame wolf appeared, it met the gaze of the golden wind wolf. With just a glance, it revealed a timid expression, and its huge body involuntarily took a step back. The Scion-Fire Wolf and the Wind Wolf were different kinds of wolves, but they were both spiritual wolves. The Scion-Fire Wolf could naturally sense the superior aura of the Golden Wolf King. This was the unique domineering aura of the Golden Wolf King. It made the Scion-Fire Wolf feel a sense of oppression, so its first reaction was stage fright. Zhu Dalin frowned and immediately shouted, "Don't be afraid, I'll deal with this Wind Wolf." "You deal with him." Howl. The Golden Wind Wolf howled at the Scion-Fire Wolf, as though it was transmitting some sort of message. The Blue Flame Wolf couldn't help but take a few steps back. "I'll kill you, you beast." Zhu Dalin saw that the Scion-Fire Wolf was afraid, which was unexpected. He immediately swung his dragon-slaying heavy blade at the Gold Wolf King, and a few dazzling cyan lights shot out. The Golden Wolf King spat out a few beams of golden light to neutralize the green light. Its body flashed to the side and pounced toward Zhu Dalin. It bared its fangs and bit at Zhu Dalin's head. The Scion-Fire Wolf hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it still revealed an ominous glint towards Ling Xiao and pounced towards Ling Xiao. "Oh no, this fellow seems to be very strong," Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly. At this moment he had no way out. He could only brace himself and charge forward. He hurriedly spread out his footwork and brandished his sword and saber to meet the Blue Flame Wolf. On the other side, Leng Shi and Wei Dyer had forced Fire Wolf into a sorry state. He was already injured in many places, and if this continued, he would definitely be killed by the Leng Shi siblings. Fire Wolf had the intention to retreat. Now that he was in the Illusion Valley, as long as he had enough speed, he could shake off the two of them and hide in the fog. He believed that no one would be able to find him, but doing so would be equivalent to betraying the Green Wolf Regiment. For a moment, Fire Wolf hesitated. In his moment of absent-mindedness, Wei Dyer struck him on the back, causing him to fly backwards and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, I don't even know if I can leave the Illusion Valley alive. If I betray you, then so be it." Fire Wolf gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He had to escape, or he would die here. If he escaped, he might still have a chance of survival. Just as he was about to turn around and escape, his lower body seemed to be entangled by something. "What's that?" Fire Wolf looked down in confusion. He saw something that looked like a green vine binding his feet, and the green vine was still spreading towards his body to bind him. "Get lost." Fire Wolf did not even think as he raised the dagger axe in his hand and waved it at the vine. The flames grew brighter and instantly burned the green vines. However, just as Fire Wolf thought that he could escape, the green vines actually spread towards him again. Furthermore, it had consciously entangled his hand, causing him to be unable to move. "Damn it!" Fire Wolf cursed. He wanted to use his other hand to get rid of the green vines, but the speed at which the green vines spread was too fast. In an instant, his four limbs were bound, and he was unable to break free. "Bastard, what is this thing?" Fire Wolf's mind was shocked. His entire body was wrapped by the green vines, and what was even more strange was that after the green vines wrapped around Fire Wolf, they hung him on the giant tree. Leng Shi and Wei Dyer watched as Fire Wolf disappeared right in front of their eyes. They were extremely shocked and their bodies kept retreating. "Little sister, run. This giant tree is strange." Leng Shi grabbed Wei Dyer's hand and turned around to escape. Unfortunately, the two of them were one step too late. The green vines had already entangled their legs. The two of them did not even have the chance to resist. Like Fire Wolf, they were once again entangled by the green vines in midair. On the other side, Zhu Dalin was still fighting with the Golden Wolf King, while Ling Xiao was being chased around by the Green Fire Wolf. If the Green Fire Wolf was only at the lower tier of the second level, Ling Xiao would not be afraid. However, this was a middle-tier Green Fire Wolf, and its speed was not any slower than his. He could only choose to fight while moving around. He did not want to kill the enemy, but he could not let the green fire wolf hurt him either. He was hoping that Leng Shi and Wei Dyer would finish off the fire wolf quickly and come to help him. However, while he was moving around, he heard the exclamation of the two of them. When he looked over, he saw that the two of them had been tied up by the green vines of the giant tree. Ling Xiao stopped moving and revealed a look of disbelief. He had forgotten that there was a green fire wolf chasing after him. A ray of fire blasted on his body and sent him flying a few meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was obviously seriously injured. Ling Xiao got up and ignored the green fire wolf. He ordered the Golden Wolf King, Xiao Jin, run. Unfortunately, it was too late. The green vines were like a spider's web, covering them in a frenzy. Damn it, is this an illusion? Ling Xiao cursed as he looked at the green vines wrapped around his feet. He kept slashing with the sword in his hand. However, it was all in vain. The green vines broke and regrew, and they grew again, binding Ling Xiao in an instant. On the other side, Zhu Dalin, the Golden Wolf King, and the Green Fire Wolf were not spared. None of them could escape, and they were all hanging in the air. The Fire Wolf, Leng Shi and Leng Shi, Ling Xiao, Zhu Dalin, and the two spirit beasts made up a total of 7 green vine cocoons. They were hanging in the middle of the giant tree like human-shaped fruits, and it was very surprising to see. Everyone was tied up, and even their mouths were stuffed with green vines, making it difficult for them to speak. Fortunately, they could still breathe through their nostrils, or else they would all suffocate to death. The tied-up Ling Xiao's heart was cold to the extreme. The more he struggled, the tighter the vines became. Could this be a man-eating tree? Ling Xiao forced himself to calm down, but in the face of life and death, he couldn't calm down. He was very worried about the origins of this giant tree. Xiao Jin, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King said, Master, I'm not good. I have a fear of heights. I'm about to faint. When Ling Xiao heard this, he almost fainted. Damn, acrophobia? What kind of ghost wolf king is this? It's so timid. Is there any way to escape? Ling Xiao asked. Master, I don't know either, the Golden Wolf King replied. Looks like I can only rely on myself, Ling Xiao thought to himself. But now that he couldn't move his entire body, how could he save himself? At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that a large cocoon in front of him was emitting green smoke. The green smoke grew larger and larger, and gradually, the green vines began to burn. A moment later, the green vines were actually burned. That works too. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. The human cocoon was the first trapped fire wolf. He used all of his attributes to force his body to his surroundings, and the fiery energy ignited the green vines, allowing him to escape. This move of his was indeed effective. The green vines were burned apart in a short while, and his entire body began to fall. Just as Fire Wolf thought that he was saved, a giant shadow came from behind him. Pow! Fire Wolf suffered a heavy blow from the back. He let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood. Boom! Fire Wolf's entire body was smashed to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but he was once again tied up by the spreading green vines. When everyone saw this scene, no one dared to act rashly. Even Leng Shi and Wei Dai, who were of the fire attribute, didn't dare to save themselves like Firewolf. Damn, this tree can even attack people. Ling Zhao's heart felt even colder. Just now, he had personally seen the tree ruthlessly hit Firewolf's body. He felt that this tree seemed to have a mind of its own and would automatically attack people. At this moment, a small figure jumped down from the giant tree. It was a strange spirit beast that looked like a human baby, and its green eyes were frighteningly big. Xiao Jin, is this a sinister fellow? Ling Xiao hurriedly transmitted a message to the Golden Wolf King. Yes, master. It is that sinister fellow. Its attack power isn't strong, but it can make you humans hallucinate, the Golden Wolf King replied. Hallucinate. That's right, this is an illusory demon. Ling Xiao muttered a few words, and finally knew what kind of spirit beast this was. Illusory demons were low-tier second-rank spirit beasts. They weren't very aggressive, but they were listed as one of the most dangerous spirit beasts by humans. This was because their green eyes could make people hallucinate, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves. They wouldn't even know what had happened until the moment they died. The illusory demon looked at the 7 big cocoons with interest, and its mouth kept making GG sounds, as if it was very happy. After a while, it walked towards Fire Wolf from the green vines. When it arrived in front of Fire Wolf that had already fainted, the pair of green eyes shot 2 illusory green rays at Fire Wolf's head. Immediately after, he heard the Fire Wolf struggle nonstop. Its expression became horrified, and its mouth kept emitting woo, woo. It looked like it was in pain, and it wanted to cry out, but its mouth was stuffed with green vines, and it couldn't even make a sound. The more Fire Wolf struggled, the tighter the green vines wrapped around it. That illusory demon seemed to be very happy, and it kept jumping on the green vines and clapping its hands. After a while, Fire Wolf's body stopped shaking, as if it had been strangled to death by the green vines, or killed by the illusory demon's illusions. The death of Fire Wolf wasn't scary, but the illusory demon actually did something disgusting that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Chapter 72. The illusory demon patted the vines on the tree. Those vines seemed to have received some sort of instruction, and in an instant, the majority of the vines on the Fire Wolf's body retreated. Only a few vines were still wrapped around him, preventing him from falling. Everyone saw the Fire Wolf's miserable state. His expression before death had been one of terror, fear, and despair. It was as if he had seen something horrifying right before his death. Following that, a scene that no one would ever forget happened. The illusory demon opened its mouth and directly bit down on the Fire Wolf's head. Having its head bitten through, the illusory demon revealed a joyful expression and increased its suction force. In the next moment, everyone knew what it was doing. It was actually sucking the Fire Wolf's brain. According to the books, illusory demons like to eat human brains. So that was true. When everyone saw this, they immediately felt a wave of nausea. Their stomachs instantly had the urge to vomit. Woo! Including Ling Xiao, everyone wanted to vomit, but the vines were tightly wrapped around them, making it impossible for them to vomit. Fuck! This little monster is really disgusting. Ling Xiao's entire body was covered in cold sweat. It wasn't hard for him to imagine that when it was his turn, his fate would be the same as the Fire Wolf's. Master, I'm hungry. At this time, the Golden Wolf King sent Ling Xiao a message. The Golden Wolf King was a spirit beast, and it didn't feel anything about what the illusory demon was doing. Instead, it was the illusory demon's actions that had aroused its appetite. If you keep barking, I'll make you a vegetarian and starve you to death, cursed Ling Xiao. His stomach was in terrible pain, but this fellow still wanted to eat. He couldn't vent his anger without cursing. After a while, the illusory demon seemed to have finished sucking. It straightened its body and revealed a satisfied smile. Those rows of sharp teeth in its mouth were extremely frightening. It glanced at everyone and then began to walk again. Everyone began to struggle in panic. Everyone was afraid that they would be the next one to fall. The illusory demon chose the closest human cocoon. It was unknown who that human cocoon belonged to. That was because it was wrapped up by the vines. In any case, Ling Xiao knew that it wasn't him because he was still perfectly fine. Just as the illusory demon was about to use its illusion technique, Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry. He recognized who the human cocoon was, because he saw a piece of red gauze through the cracks of the green vines. Among these people, only Wei Dyer was wearing a red martial robe. Ling Xiao was 100% sure that the human cocoon was Wei Dyer, who was trapped inside. Even though he called Wei Dyer affectionately, his feelings for her were not that deep. At the very most, he was only interested in her. However, he was a man who cherished flowers. How could he bear to see Wei Dyer being tortured to death by the illusory demons? Of death anyway, but luck. To survive of life as. To us. Of. He was. As Ling Xiao thought in his heart, he continued to struggle free, hoping to attract the attention of the illusory demon and find him first. Of course, he wasn't hell-bent on seeking death, because he had thought of a way to come back from the dead. As expected, Ling Xiao's struggle attracted the attention of the illusory demon. The illusory demon hesitated for a moment before giving up on casting the illusion on Wei Dai. Instead, it walked towards Ling Xiao. The illusory demon arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Its pair of green eyes flashed again, and an illusory green light shot towards Ling Xiao, who was in the green vines. Ling Xiao's mind seemed to be invaded by something. His expression suddenly froze, and then he revealed a look of disbelief. Because a person had appeared in front of him, an old man that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. This old man wasn't tall, and he wore a long blue robe that covered his body. His silver-white hair was shining, and his eyebrows were so long that they reached his chin. He always had a warm smile on his face, and he looked like a sage-like immortal. He also looked like the old man of the Lin clan, making people want to get close to him. This was Ling Xiao's previous incarnation's old ghost master. "Old fart, is that you?" Ling Xiao asked that person with surprise and joy. The smile on the old man's face suddenly disappeared, and his eyes became fierce. He shouted, "Unfilial disciple, how dare you be disrespectful to me? I will cripple your martial arts and expel you from the sect." "Old fart, what kind of joke is this? If you expel me from the sect, who will go down the mountain to buy wine for you? Seriously?" Ling Xiao laughed disapprovingly. The old man didn't say anything else. Instead, he flashed towards Ling Xiao, raised his palm, and pressed it towards Ling Xiao's chest. "Are you serious?" Ling Xiao replied in disbelief. However, just when he wanted to dodge, he realized that he couldn't move at all. The old man's palm contained all the inner force in his body, and it caused Ling Xiao's chest to cave in. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out in pain. He tasted something sweet in his mouth, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're so disgraceful. I have raised you for more than 20 years. Today, I will let you suffer all kinds of torture, cripple your martial arts, and expel you from the sect." The benevolent old man became ferocious and frightening. As he spoke, he slammed his palm against Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's body was like a sandbag, and every part of his body was deformed from the beating. He couldn't stop screaming. He had never imagined that his most respected master would treat him so cruelly. The feeling of being betrayed by the person closest to him made him feel a heart-wrenching pain. The pain seeped into his bones, and he would never be able to forget it. Since his martial arts were given to him by his master, he would just let him take it back. Finally, the old man raised his palm again, and just as he was about to slam it against his dantian, a cool feeling assaulted Ling Xiao's heart. "No, he's not an old man, and he's not my master. This is an illusion. Yes, this is an illusion. This is an illusion." Ling Xiao woke up from a dream and realized that what was in front of him was an illusion. He hurriedly guarded his mind, and the 3 parts returning to origin qi had already started to circulate. In an instant, the old man that was slamming against Ling Xiao's abdomen instantly disappeared before his eyes. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he had almost gone mad and died in the illusion. Luckily, the 3 parts returning to origin qi could automatically circulate and protected the top of his head, allowing him to regain clarity at the last moment. However, he knew that this matter wasn't over yet. He immediately struggled a few more times, and then held his breath. He was like a dead man, and didn't move an inch. The illusory demon at the side saw that Ling Xiao wasn't struggling anymore, and just like before, it slapped the green vines again. In an instant, most of the green vines gradually retreated, and only a few vines were still hanging on Ling Xiao's body. GG! The illusory demon saw that Ling Xiao was really dead, and it couldn't help but clap its hands happily. Wei Dai, who was not far away, saw Ling Xiao, and tears flowed out of her beautiful eyes. He had died for her, and her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and it caused her unbearable pain. Seeing that the illusory demon was about to bite Ling Xiao's head, the Golden Wolf King anxiously transmitted a message. "Master, wake up. If Ling Xiao died, it wouldn't be able to live anymore. How could it not be anxious? What's with the noise? Ling Xiao replied. He opened his eyes, and with one hand he forcefully broke free from the green vine's entanglement. The illusory demon at the side was shocked. It didn't think that this damned human was pretending to be dead, and it quickly turned around to escape. If I let you escape, then I wouldn't be Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His other hand also broke free from the green vine, and then he slapped the arm of the other hand. Shoo! A cold arrow was shot out at an incomparably fast speed. The illusory demon's body was hit by the arrow, and it let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, it lost its balance and fell from the tree trunk. Poof! The illusory demon landed heavily on the ground, and a pool of ink-like blood flowed out. The illusory demon was finally dead. Without the illusory demon's instructions, the green vine that was entangling Ling Xiao did not grow again. Phew! I can't believe I'm still alive. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with one hand and smiled as if he had just survived a disaster. It was truly dangerous just now. Fortunately, he cultivated the 3 portions origin returning technique and saved his life. Furthermore, he had the concealed sleeve arrow that he obtained from the Aardwolf hidden in his arm. Otherwise, if that illusory demon had escaped, he would still have been dead. Ling Xiao tore off the remaining green vines on his body, and then he grabbed one of the green vines that was entangling him. With a swing of his body, he jumped to Wei Dyer's side. Although the illusory demon was already dead, the green vines of the giant tree still entangled Wei Dyer, Leng Shi, Zhu Dalin, and the 2 spirit beasts. Good sister, don't be afraid. Your brother will get you out of here. Ling Xiao went to Wei Dyer's side and comforted her. Then, he started to tear off the green vines that were entangling Wei Dyer with his bare hands. Why did he have to tear off the green vines with his bare hands? This was something that could not be helped. When Ling Xiao was entangled by the green vines, the blue crystal sword and the silver ghost blood blade had fallen under the tree. At this moment, he could only use his bare hands to slowly tear off the green vines. Master, quickly come and save me. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King transmitted a telepathic message to Ling Xiao. What's the hurry? Can't you see that I'm busy? Ling Xiao replied in a bad mood. This time, Ling Xiao had profited greatly. When he was tearing off the green vines, his hands kept wandering around Wei Dyer's graceful body. This made him exclaim in pleasure, especially when he was tearing off the green vines on Wei Dyer's chest. His perverted hands could not help but touch the majestic virgin peaks a few times. He could not help but exclaim in his heart, so big, so elastic. Ling Xiao reluctantly rescued Wei Dyer. His face had a very gloomy expression because his lower body was too uncomfortable. In his heart, he really wanted to eat Wei Dyer on the spot. Wei Dyer was successfully rescued. She jumped onto the tree pole and looked at Ling Xiao's aggrieved expression. She could not help but blush and spat, "Good brother, you are really shameless. If I was really shameless, I would have eaten you just now." Ling Xiao replied gloomily as he bowed down to prevent Wei Dyer from discovering the little tent below him. Since you saved me, I won't argue with you." Wei Dyer snorted lightly and then turned her pretty face away. There was a happy smile on her face that Ling Xiao could not see. Then, she jumped in the direction of her brother. Just as Ling Xiao went to release the Golden Wolf King, Zhu Dalin actually shook off the green vines on his own. "Keep your lives for now. One day, I will make you all die a horrible death." Zhu Dalin did not even bother with the blue flame wolf. He left behind some harsh words and disappeared into the fog. However, he did not know that he had dropped a precious thing when he broke free from the green vines. Chapter 73. In the depths of the illusory valley, 2 men and a woman sat cross-legged in front of a towering tree. Beside them were 2 spirit beasts, one gold and one green. One stood majestically, while the other lay obediently on the ground. They seemed to be very respectful towards the gold spirit beast. These people were Ling Xiao, Leng Shi, Wei Dyer, and the two spirit beasts, the Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Flame Wolf. Ling Xiao had put himself in danger. First, he had been affected by the illusory demon's illusion technique. After surviving it, he had pretended to be dead to trick the illusory demon. Finally, he had used the hidden sleeve arrow to kill the illusory demon, saving everyone. Otherwise, everyone would have been tortured to death by the illusory demon. However, even though everyone had been saved, Zhu Dalin had also escaped. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao was the first to recover. Before he had been entangled by the green vines, he had been attacked by the Cyan Flame Wolf and suffered quite a bit of internal injuries. He had only recovered after consuming some pills and meditating. Leng Shi and Wei Dyer had expended a lot of energy, and their pills had long since been used up. If not for Ling Xiao's abundant pills, their recovery would have been very slow, and if they had encountered another spirit beast, it would have been terrible. Ling Xiao saw that the two were still meditating, so he walked over to the illusory demon's corpse. "Tithiske, such a small thing almost killed me. It was really dangerous," Ling Xiao said as he looked at the illusory demon's body with lingering fear. He then called out to the Golden Wolf King, "Xiao Jin, aren't you hungry? Here, fill your stomach." The Golden Wolf King ran over and said with a downcast expression, "Master, this is too small. Are you going to eat it or not? If not, I won't let you eat for 3 days. Ling Xiao ordered. The Golden Wolf King did not dare to disobey Ling Xiao's orders. It bit the illusory demon's corpse and directly swallowed it into its stomach. Ling Xiao was just about to turn and leave when the Golden Wolf King let out a strange cry and swallowed a mouthful of remains. Ling Xiao did not want to look at those disgusting things, but 2 flashes of green light attracted his attention. "What the hell is this?" Ling Xiao curiously looked at the 3 things that the Golden Wolf King had spat out. These 3 items were like crystals, shining brightly, and were about the size of half a fist. 2 of them were the pair of green eyes of the illusory demon at a glance. Those eyes were as clear and sparkling as an imperial jadeite, and they looked extremely noble. Beside the pair of green eyes was a diamond-shaped crystal that was about the same size. This crystal was as transparent and sparkling as a pure crystal, and Ling Xiao's reflection could be clearly seen within it. It was not like the green eyes that were emitting a green glow, but it gave off an extremely pure and flawless feeling of perfection. Ling Xiao picked up the 3 things. The green eyes gave off a warm feeling in his hand, but the white crystal gave off a cold feeling, just like a block of ice. The illusory demon is already dead, but these eyes still give off life energy. There must be something special about them. Ling Xiao looked at the pair of eyes in his right hand and weighed them in his heart. He felt that they were definitely not ordinary, so he put them away. He then looked at the diamond-shaped crystal in his left hand. Other than being transparent, he didn't feel that there was anything special about it. Could this be a beast core? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. "Who cares, I'll put it away first. I'll go back and look up some information to see what use it has," Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He then put away the diamond-shaped crystal as well. Ling Xiao turned around to see if there was anything special about this tree, but then he saw the blue flame wolf walk over with something in its mouth. Ling Xiao didn't know what the blue flame wolf wanted to do and couldn't help taking a step back. "You still want to fight me? Xiao Jin, you take care of it." The Golden Wolf King instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and was about to pounce on the blue flame wolf. The blue flame wolf quickly crawled out and whimpered in a low voice. The Golden Wolf King stopped and sent a message to Ling Xiao. "Master, it has something for you." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before looking at the blue flame wolf's paw. Sure enough, there was something in front of it. It was Zhu Dalin's jade wrist guard. This jade wrist guard had been accidentally dropped by Zhu Dalin when he was trying to break free from the green vines, but now it had been discovered by the blue flame wolf. Ling Xiao reached out and picked it up. The color of the jade wrist guard was very plain, similar to the wrist guard Shi had used. If Ling Xiao hadn't seen Zhu Dalin use this wrist guard to release the blue flame wolf, he wouldn't have thought that it was something rare. Although wrist guards that could store spirit beasts weren't as rare as spatial rings, their value was still quite high. In a remote city like Meteor City, It would be difficult to sell them even if one had the money. It could be said that Ling Xiao had picked up a treasure. But how was he supposed to use this wrist guard? Ling Xiao fiddled with the wrist guard, but he didn't know how to use it. Don't tell me I have to drip my blood to recognize it as its owner? Ling Xiao was puzzled for a moment before he bit his finger and dripped his blood. This wrist guard doesn't recognize its owner like this, Leng Shi's voice sounded. Leng Shi and Wei Dyer had already finished meditating and walked towards Ling Xiao. Big brother, big sister, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Thank you for saving me, young masterling. You can call me Leng Shi from now on. Leng Shi cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. He had heard Wei Dyer mention Ling Xiao's identity just now. What do you mean by young master? Based on my relationship with big sister, you are treating me like an outsider. You can just call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. He thought to himself, if your sister follows me in the future, you will be my Ping-yi big brother. It won't be a loss for me to call you big brother. Wei Dyer snorted. Who has anything to do with you? Ling Xiao didn't mind and smiled, then said to Leng Shi, Big brother, how do you think I should use this thing? Leng Shi looked at the wrist guard in Ling Xiao's hand, and his eyes were burning with passion. This is a spirit beast wrist guard. I didn't expect the green wolf to have such a precious thing. Is this wrist guard very precious? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Leng Shi said, it's hard to get even with money. So valuable? Ling Xiao's heart shook. He didn't know that this little thing was so precious. He couldn't help but feel proud, thinking that this little green wolf was quite tactful. It seemed that if Xiao Jin took it in as a little brother, it would be a great help in the future. This wrist guard and the legendary space ring are both used to store things, but the wrist guard can only be used to store spirit beasts, while the space ring can only be used to store non-living things. Both of them are rare and precious. It's just that the spirit beast wrist guard is easier to make, and its value is slightly lower than the space ring, but it is still very precious. In Meteor City, I have never heard of anyone having a spirit beast wrist guard or a space ring. As for whether the 3 great clans have them, I don't know, Leng Shi explained. Then quickly tell me, how can I use this wrist guard? Ling Xiao asked urgently. Now that he had subdued the Golden Wolf King, he wanted to subdue the Green Fire Wolf as well. Having 2 spirit beasts by his side was a very cool thing, but he knew that if others knew that he had 2 spirit beasts at the same time, he was afraid that others would be jealous. It wouldn't matter if his opponent was weaker than him, but if he met a powerful spirit master, then he would be killed in a matter of minutes. Moreover, with the wrist guard, if he kept the Golden Wolf King and the Green Fire Wolf in the wrist guard, he could catch his opponent off guard if he met with any troublesome matters in the future. In short, there were many benefits to using this wrist guard, and it was very convenient. According to the records, the Spirit Beast wrist guard doesn't need to be bound by blood. You only need to use your consciousness to enter the wrist guard and erase the previous owner's consciousness. Then the wrist guard will belong to you, Leng Shi replied. I see, then I'll try. Ling Xiao was delighted. He didn't think it would be so easy and immediately wanted to try it. I advise you not to try. You can't erase the Green Fire Wolf's consciousness. His level is much higher than yours. You need to find someone stronger than him to erase his consciousness. But if that's the case, I'm afraid this wrist guard won't belong to you. So you should at least try it when you're a high-level mystic scholar, Leng Shi reminded him. When Ling Xiao heard this, it was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him, making him very depressed. Is there no other way? Ling Xiao asked, not giving up. He didn't know how long it would take for him to become a high-level mystic scholar. He didn't have the time to wait, so he wanted to use it now. Leng Shi shook his head helplessly, indicating that there was no other way. Since Leng Shi was so sure, Ling Xiao could only accept the reality and put on the wrist guard. He would think about it later. At this time, Leng Shi looked at Ling Xiao's other arm and asked, Young Master Ling, what hidden weapon are you hiding in your sleeve? Ling Xiao didn't beat around the bush and answered directly, Hidden sleeve arrow holster. When they heard this, Leng Shi and Wei Dyer's expression turned cold. It seemed that they were very afraid of the hidden sleeve arrow holster. This arrow holster is barely passable. If it wasn't for it, we'd be dead. Ling Xiao said as he patted his arm. Looking at Ling Xiao's action, Leng Shi and Wei Dyer couldn't help but take a step back. They were speechless after hearing Ling Xiao's words. The concealment quiver was a concealed weapon of the second rank. If any mystic disciple rank expert was slightly careless, they might die under this concealment quiver. Its value was self-evident, but Ling Xiao actually said it was only barely used. This guy wasn't afraid of biting his tongue when he spoke. However, when they thought of Ling Xiao's identity, they felt that he had the right to say such words. After all, he was the young master of the Ling clan and the successor disciple of the Ling clan. Ling Xiao untied some dried meat from the Golden Wolf King and gave it to Leng Shi and Wei Daya. They hadn't eaten for half a day and were hungry. Especially Leng Shi and Wei Daya, they were especially hungry because they hadn't had a proper meal for the past few days. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King had captured a few spirit beasts in the Illusion Valley. Most of them were eaten by the Golden Wolf King and there were still some dried meat left. Now they could be put to good use. After eating the dried meat, Leng Shi thanked Ling Xiao again. If it wasn't for young Master Ling's timely arrival, I'm afraid that both of us would have died here. From now on, both of us will listen to young Master Ling's orders without any objections. Leng Shi was a man who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Moreover, the Leng Shi group was no longer around. Even if he didn't think for himself, he would think for his sister, Wei Daya. If they could get close to Ling Xiao, it would be equivalent to getting close to the Ling clan. Their lives would be considered stable. This might be the best choice for them. Big brother, you don't have to be so polite. If big brother is willing, you will be my big brother from now on. Of course, big sister will still be my big sister. Let's not talk about anything else. If anyone dares to disrespect big brother and big sister in Meteor City, I will be the first to not let them go. Ling Xiao patted his chest and said proudly. His eyes kept glancing at Wei Daya. Of course, his words were said to give Wei Daya face. How happy would it be to have a god sister and a god sister? In the future, he would also have a sister to fuck. Ling Xiao looked forward to this very much. Leng Shi glanced at Wei Daya and said seriously, since young Master Ling has said so, then I will not be unreasonable. From now on, we will call each other brothers. You call me big brother, and I will call you little brother Xiao. Ah, that's good. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. He then said to Wei Daya, big sister, you are my big sister now. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, I will cut off his dog head and drink with it. Wei Dyer blushed slightly and said, okay, then little brother must protect big sister well in the future. Don't worry. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, I will not let anyone bully you. Ling Xiao promised solemnly. Chapter 74. In the depths of the psychedelic valley, there were layers of fog, day and night. Gusts of cold wind blew, and the temperature dropped significantly. It was estimated that it was already nighttime. Under a towering tree, a bonfire was lit, warming up the people nearby. Only Ling Xiao, Leng Shi, and Wei Dyer were left under the tree. Ling Xiao had sent the Golden Wolf King and the Scienfire Wolf out to capture spirit beasts. Ling Xiao was not worried that the Golden Wolf King and the Scienfire Wolf would lose their way. Spirit beasts' senses were much stronger than humans, and they could use their sense of smell to find their way back. Ling Xiao, Leng Shi, and Wei Dyer chatted as they warmed up by the fire. Ling Xiao looked at Leng Shi and asked, Big brother, are you here to look for the secret territory? Leng Shi did not deny it and nodded. The temptation of the secret territory is too great, and we can't avoid it either. If it wasn't for the secret territory, my mercenary group wouldn't have. Sigh, it doesn't matter whether we can find the secret territory or not, as long as we can leave the psychedelic valley alive. Anyway, the Scienfire Wolf group is no longer a threat. As long as we kill the Scienfire Wolf group, we can take revenge for our brothers. Big brother is right, we don't know whether the secret territory exists or not. Moreover, the psychedelic valley is full of killing intent, and we don't know if we can survive, Wei Dyer replied. Big brother, Big sister, you don't have to be so pessimistic. There's always a way out, and I believe that it won't be difficult to leave this place, Ling Xiao said disapprovingly. Lung Shi and Wei Dyer were stunned for a moment, and then they looked at Ling Xiao nervously and asked, "Do you know how to get out?" Ling Xiao shrugged, "I don't know either, but it won't be difficult for us to get out." Quickly tell us what we can do." Lung Shi and Wei Dyer had stayed in this place for many days. Both of them were bored to death by the environment here. If they could really get out of this place, they would not expect to find any Arcana land. It would be best if they could survive. "Haha, I just need to ask Xiao Jin to catch a spirit beast and he will be able to take us out," Ling Xiao said with a relaxed smile. After all, the reason why he was able to come here was because a spirit beast was leading the way. So, if he wanted to leave, all he had to do was capture another spirit beast and he would be able to get out of the Mystic Illusion Valley. "Little brother, you're really good." Wei Dyer was delighted and praised. Then she leaned forward and tapped lightly on Ling Xiao's forehead. Then she returned to her seat and turned her pretty face away. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one stunned. Even Lung Shi was stunned. Ling Xiao was stunned by the sudden reward, while Lung Shi was seeing his sister being so affectionate towards a man for the first time. Wei Dyer usually behaved passionately, but in reality, Cold Snake knew that she had higher standards than anyone else. Furthermore, she had never been so intimate with any man before, even Frenzied Blade who had been pursuing her. For a moment, Lung Shi understood a lot of things, and he was happy for his sister. It wouldn't be bad if Ling Xiao was his brother-in-law. Even though Ling Xiao's current strength wasn't high, his methods and background were really shocking. His future would definitely be bright. If Wei Dyer were to be with him, it would be her fortune. "Sister, can we do it again?" "It was too fast just now, I don't even know what it felt like," Ling Xiao said as he touched the forehead that was kissed by Wei Dyer. "I'm ignoring you," Wei Dyer said and then trotted to the side. Seeing that Wei Dyer had left, Lung Shi said to Ling Xiao solemnly, "Little brother Xiao, treat Dyer well in the future." Ling Xiao stopped smiling and nodded heavily. "Big brother, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of my sister and not let any harm come to her." "Alright, go and see her. I believe she has a lot to say to you." Lung Shi patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said. Ling Xiao grunted and then walked to Wei Dyer who was standing under the tree and said softly, "Sister, are you angry with me?" "Humph." Wei Dyer snorted and turned her pretty face to the side, ignoring Ling Xiao. Seeing that Wei Dyer was ignoring him, Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but he hesitated for a moment and closed his mouth. He stood side by side with Wei Dyer and no longer said a word. It was extremely quiet and peaceful under the giant tree. After a while, Wei Dyer was the first to break the silence and said lightly, "Why did you come? Is it also for the secret realm?" Ling Xiao said faintly, "If I said that I came for my sister, would you believe me?" Wei Dyer said angrily, "Of course not, I didn't think that you would be so kind." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "Ha, it's fine if you don't believe me. Actually, half of the reason I came here is for my sister. As for the secret realm, I just came here to take a look. If I'm lucky enough to find it, I don't mind accepting it." "You make it sound so nice," Wei Dyer said impatiently, but her heart was filled with a strong sense of sweetness. "By the way, sister, should I send you out first tomorrow? Or should I continue to look for the secret realm?" Ling Xiao asked. "Didn't Big Brother just say that it doesn't matter whether we find the secret realm or not? If that's the case, let's go out first. Moreover, even if we find the secret realm, it will be difficult for us to obtain it. There is a rank 3 spirit beast nearby and with our strength, it will be difficult for us to get close to it," Wei Dyer said while shaking her head. "That's true. Then I will send you out tomorrow. If sister and Big Brother don't mind, you can come to my Ling family. I will take care of you in the future," Ling Xiao nodded and replied. "Ha, you're really arrogant. My brother is a high-level mystic cultivator and I have also reached the mystic realm. Do you think that a small high-level mystic cultivator like you can protect us?" Wei Dyer joked with a smile. Ling Xiao looked at Wei Dyer's smile and could not help but be stunned. He praised softly, Sister, you are so beautiful when you smile. When Wei Dyer heard this, her delicate face flushed red. Then, she lowered her head and said softly, "Really?" "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded and replied. Looking at Wei Dyer's delicate appearance, he was tempted and wanted to stretch his head down to kiss her. "Don't try to occupy me." Wei Dyer suddenly raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao. Then she pushed Ling Xiao away and returned to Lung Xi's side with a laughter that sounded like silver bells. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. He was very proud of himself. It seemed that he would be able to get Wei Dyer soon. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk back to the two of them, a strange feeling came over him and made him stop in his tracks. "Why do I feel so cold?" Ling Xiao looked at the giant tree and muttered to himself. He then was about to leave. Suddenly, a green vine wrapped around Ling Xiao's leg. "It can't be, is this man-eating tree going to catch people again?" Ling Xiao was shocked and immediately wanted to warn Ling Shi and Wei Dyer. At this moment, the green vine let go of Ling Xiao's leg. Ling Xiao did not expect the green vine to let go of him on its own. For a moment he could not think straight. "Damn it, I better get out of this damn place." Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and wanted to run away again. However, the green vine wrapped around Ling Xiao's leg again. When Ling Xiao stopped running, the green vine let go of him again. "Damn it, are you done? What are you trying to do?" Ling Xiao could not help but curse at the green vine. Unexpectedly, the green vine bent and pointed towards the giant tree, as if it wanted Ling Xiao to go over. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He did not expect this giant tree to be so intelligent. He was puzzled. Could it be that it wants me to help with something? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and walked to the side of the giant tree again. However, he found that there was nothing strange about the giant tree. Then he looked at the green vine. The green vine had actually shrunk into the tree and then came out again. It moved a few times, just like a human moving his fingers. "Don't tell me it wants me to enter the tree?" Ling Xiao said to himself with an exaggerated expression. The green vine continuously shrunk into the tree and came out again, giving instructions to Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao could not resist the temptation and placed his hand on the giant tree. Suddenly, his whole body flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. "Where is this?" Ling Xiao was shocked. He did not expect to be in another place after touching the giant tree. This place seemed to be another world, filled with green vitality. The green vines interweaved and wriggled like snakes. There were also many white water droplets floating between the green vines. Each droplet looked so round and shiny, as if it was filled with a powerful vitality. At this time, a voice sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. "Welcome to my world, little friend." "Who is it?" Ling Xiao asked nervously as he looked around. Then, a green light flashed, and a kind old man with a head full of green hair and a green cane appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "You are?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The kind old man stroked his green beard and laughed. "I am the spirit of the giant tree you just saw. You can call me LV Wang. Right now, you are in my stomach." Ling Xiao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He didn't think that this giant tree really did have a soul. This continent really did have all kinds of souls. "You are a tree spirit? Not a tree demon?" Ling Xiao probed. LV Wang laughed. "Of course this old man is a tree spirit. How could I be a tree demon?" Ling Xiao didn't understand. "Then why did you let me enter your stomach? Don't tell me you want to absorb me?" LV Wang's face turned green. "No, it should be called black. His face was originally green. Don't worry, little friend. This old man has no intention of harming you. This old man is here to thank you," explained LV Wang. "Thank you? You're not trying to trick me, are you? What do you have to give me?" Ling Xiao couldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. LV Wang replied, "This old man is a 10,000-year-old tree spirit. My collection is quite plentiful. As long as you want it, I naturally have it." Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately rubbed his hands and said, "That's great. First, give me 180 Shen weapons, the higher the better. Also, give me some gold coins, just a few tens of millions will do." As for spirit grass, the more the better. Let me say this first, if you don't have level 3 or above, don't take them out. For the time being I'll take these first. LV Wang was stunned speechless after hearing Ling Zhao's words. What? Is it because you don't have that much? Since that's the case, then take out as much as you have. This young master has never seen such a stingy old man like you. Ling Zhao revealed a deflated expression. LV Wang sighed, I don't have any of these. Ling Zhao's face darkened and he immediately roared at LV Wang. Then you just said that your collection is quite plentiful and that as long as I want it, you'll have it. You smelly old man, even if you're lying, you don't have a draft. You're really wasting this young master's time. Forget it, this young master doesn't have time to waste with you. Let this young master go. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.